my, thank you, Mandy. Pull my screen up here, so just give me a second. It doesn't want to talk to my computer right at this moment. Hey, Mandy, this is what we planned for. So I seem to be having trouble with my iDrive. So if you could pull up my presentation, I would appreciate it.
Working on it right now.
Oh. Now I'm the problem. Hey, Mandy, I don't know if you heard any of that. Can you pull up my presentation? I seem to have some iDrive issues at the moment.
I'm pulling it up right as we speak.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so welcome everybody. If you could go to the next slide, Mandy. So for my part, I'm just going to open up today, give a little bit of overview of the Coastal Management Program. We do have a lot of new people here, so want to just get everybody on the same page. We'll talk a little bit about agency changes. And then this was the best place that we could slide in one of our projects. One of our new folks is going to give you just a snapshot of some work that she's doing. So I think we can start with welcome and introductions. And Mandy, if you could go to the next slide. So I included this because so there's I don't like text heavy PowerPoints. This one's going to be a little text heavy because we send these out afterwards. So if you want to have a reference, this is going to allow you to have some of that. So in here, we have the name of everybody in the coastal program, but we're also just going to go through and do our introductions as well. So we'll go through coastal staff first, and then we'll move into the rest of the participants here today. So I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the program manager for the Coastal and Ocean and Coastal Services Division in the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And we'll move to Meg. If coastal staff can just follow that list, that'd be great.
Hi, I'm Meg Reed. I'm the Coastal Policy Specialist for the Oregon Coastal Management Program.
Jeff?
My name is Jeff Burray. I'm the State Federal Relations Coordinator responsible for federal consistency reviews.
I'm Mandy McNabb, Coastal Administration and Rulemaking Support.
Good morning, everyone. Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator with DLCD.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rhiannon Bazor, and I'm the Coastal Shore Specialist.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Haddad. I do web and GIS support.
I'm Randy Dana, GIS Coordinator.
And good morning. I'm Amanda Punton. I'm the Natural Resource Specialist for statewide program and focus on water quality non-point source stuff in the coastal for the coastal program.
Maybe I'll introduce Wei. Do you think she's talking to us? Well, while you figure that out, Wei.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Hoy Radomski. I'm the South Coast Regional Representative, and I'm in Bandon today. Also wearing a 25-cent jacket from the South Coast Humane Society thrift shop, Southwick Brookings. Very nice, very nice. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Brett Estes. I'm the North Coast Regional Representative for the coast.
Casey on?
Casey won't be here for a little while.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. So Casey Markowitz is our coastal grants coordinator, and we'll hopefully get to the chance to see her a little later. Claire?
Good morning. I'm Claire Figner. I am the Coastal Habitat Project Coordinator.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Moses. I'm the Estuarine Resilience Coordinator.
Eva?
Okay, Eva's on. Well, we'll hear from Eva in a few minutes. She might be having some technical difficulties. She's our newest member to the team, our Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator. And last but not least,
Carl also won't be here for a little bit. He had
Oh.
to run his dog to the vet, but he is our, Carl Hendrickson is our NOAA Coastal Fellow.
thank you, Rhiannon. All
Okay.
right. Okay, and then now we'll just go around the room. So I'm going to pull out my participant list. So I've got everybody on the side here, and we can, she said, with great hope. Let's see. So let's start with, I'm just going to go down my list. So Allison.
Allison Chase, planner for Tillamook County.
Welcome, Allison. Jevra.
Hi, I am Jebra Brown, the Aquatic Resource Planner for the Department of State Lands. So if you guys have any questions about who to talk to at the Department of State Lands or the methodology of coordinating with us, contact me. And also, I just want to say, no, I'll say it in roundtable. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay.
I'll
All
say
right.
it in roundtable.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jeva. Kevin.
Hello, I'm Kevin Herkamp. I'm the Ocean Shores Program Coordinator with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department.
Thank you. Amanda Perrone. I hope I said that right.
Yes, Amanda Perrin, the associate planner for the city of Astoria.
Oh, great. Welcome. Amy Dar. I guess I just introduced you, Amy. Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy Dar. I'm the regional habitat biologist for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in the Umpqua watershed, which includes the Coos and Umpqua districts. And I deal a lot in the land use world and presenting ODFW's perspectives and comments and recommendations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Amy. We have two Anthonys with us today. Anthony Barron.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Barron, Public Works Development Services Director for the City of Brookings.
And then Anthony Pagano.
Good morning, Anthony Pagano, City of Gold Beach, City Administrator.
Welcome. Beth.
Hi, I'm Beth Young, City of Newport Planner.
Let's see who we got here. Cassidy.
Hi, I'm Cassidy. I'm a planner for Coos County.
Christopher.
I assume you're referring to me, and I apologize. I just jumped on. This is Chris Clare with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in Coos Bay.
Yeah, we're just doing introductions, Chris. Then we have the whole city of Bandon. Who's at the table with you, Quay?
Jason Cross, City of Bandon Planning.
Vicky Klein, Planning Assistant, City of Bandon.
Is that it?
Saber Comet, South Lee Reserve in Charleston, Oregon.
I'm Ed Hughes, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in Charleston.
Great. Since I can't see everybody, I'm assuming you're just going down your own list. Is that everybody?
I'll jump in. I'm Scott Ferganesi. I'm with 3J Consulting. I do contract planning for lots of cities on the coast, currently Manzanita, Garibaldi, did Rockaway, Bay City for a while, also Warrenton. So a lot of experience doing planning on the coast. Happy to be here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Scott. Thank you. So happy to have you introduce yourself, but we also have a group of folks that are sitting at the City of Bandon on one call. So I was just making sure that everybody in that room got introduced.
My bad, sorry.
No, it's okay. Thanks for jumping in. Okay, Dana's there as well. So Dana is the Community Development Director. So let's see here. Let me keep going down my list. Claire Kurth.
Hi, I'm Claire Kurth. I'm an associate planner with the City of Florence.
I'm sorry if okay, you're on your own. Thank you, Claire. And then we have Crystal. Oh, we have two Crystals today. Crystal Orr and Crystal Shoji. Crystal Orr.
Hi, I'm here.
And you represent
Coos County.
Thank you. And then Crystal Shoji.
I'm Crystal Shoji, but I don't think you have me.
I do have you for some reason.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
it says I'm on mute, but
Okay. And then we have Dave, Bay City.
Dave Madison, City of Bay City.
Thank you. Sharon.
Hi, I'm Sharon Barker, City of Planning Technician for the City of Florence.
Awesome. Let's see. I hope I'm not missing anybody here as I go down my list. We heard Ed. Erica.
Hi, I'm the planner with City of Vernonia.
Thank you. Welcome. Garrett.
Hi, I'm Garrett Phillips with Columbia River Estuary Study Task Force and City of Gearhart.
Great. Jamie.
Hi, I'm Jamie Viveris. I'm the Planning Division Manager for Columbia County.
Super. Jill. Oh, she might have stepped away.
Did you say Jill, Lisa?
I did.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jill Rolfe, Coos County Community Development Director.
Awesome. Jillian.
Jillian Hendricks, Cultural Resource Protection Specialist with the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayisla Indians.
Welcome. Kelly.
Kelly Burnett, planner for City of Coos Bay.
Awesome. Kevin, I already said you, Kevin, right?
Yes.
Yep. Kirsten.
Good morning, everyone. Kirsten Green, Deputy Director here with the Department of Land Conservation and Development and the Deputy over the Comprehensive Planning side of the house. Thank you, Lisa.
Yep. Kit.
Hey, everybody. Kit Fox, City Planner for the City of Depot Bay.
Awesome. Kristen.
Hi, Kristen McAlpine, Ocean Shores Fellow with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department.
Oh, yay. Welcome, fellow. Laura Gable.
Hi, good morning. Sorry about that. Laura Gable with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries.
Awesome. Laurel.
Good morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Ocean Shore Resource Coordinator.
Super. Maria. She might have had to step away.
Maria Hill is our newest addition. She just started this week. So
awesome. Awesome. Nothing like the fire hose.
Yeah.
Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Johnson. I'm the planner with the City of Rockaway Beach.
Awesome. Matthew.
Hi, Matthew Ellis, Planning Director for the City of Warrenton. And I'm joined by Judith Stitch, who's our new planning technician. And this is her first day. So you guys are making up a lot of the training that I'm already doing for her. So.
Well, awesome. Anything we can do to help. Welcome. Megan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megan. I'm a planner for Lincoln County.
Just a planner extraordinaire. Melissa.
Good morning, everyone. Melissa Yank. I work with Tillamook County and I am their senior planning.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Patricia.
Good morning, everyone. Patricia Fox, formerly with DSL in a different realm with operations, but now the reserve manager at South Slough. Hello, good to see you, Lisa.
Good to see you too. Congratulate you in front of everybody as well. Robert.
Robert St. Clair, planner, City Cannon Beach.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Sadie. Oh, she might have had some. Yep.
No, sorry. I didn't know if I was going to get a chance to introduce myself. Good morning, everyone. Sadie Carney. I use she, her pronouns, and I am our communications and engagement manager at DLCD, and I'm so excited to be here with you all.
And you get to hear from her in just a few moments. So this is going to be a good perfect training opportunity for those new and seasoned.
For us all.
Well, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Sharon. Barker. In case I don't think there's more than one. Okay, she might have had to step away. Sheila. Okay. Susie.
Good morning, everyone. Susie Dahl, Columbia County Director of Land Development Services.
I'm only going to call out Susie because Susie, as she said, is with Columbia County. And we have started to look at Columbia County, and we can talk about this a little bit, but we've started looking at Columbia County as part of our coastal program. The Columbia River is not part of the coastal program, but they are included because of the Nehalem River, which is this river that runs through from Tillamook County up, and it grabs a little bit of Columbia County. So we thought we would love to pull them into our fold and have them be part of our coastal family. Let's see. And then I think I have just one more person. Vanitha, did I say that right?
Yeah, just a minute. I was
Okay.
trying to find my unmute button. Yeah, Vanitha Murthy, board member at large, Oregon APA, and also the co-chair for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Group. And I'm here to listen in and figure out how to support coastal planners better. So thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being with us. And then I have Tiffany.
Hi, good morning. Tiffany Taylor, city planner with the city of Astoria.
Awesome. Did I miss anybody? Did anyone pop in while I was going down the list? Feel free to just jump in if I did. If not, all righty. Well, thank you for that. We've got good representation from all parts of the coast. This is always exciting to see. And I'm just going to say that, we had to move to the virtual format for this meeting. We're just trying to work through some budget constraints. And so this, of course, is one of those ways to do it. Lots of benefits to doing it this way. Everybody's, minimizes travel, it allows you to probably have a much more productive part of your day around the meeting, as well as take advantage of opportunities, other parts that you don't think are relevant to your program, or during lunch and breaks to check in on your emails and not feel like you're ignoring people. So there's a lot of benefits to it. But the one thing that we do lose is that opportunity to just kind of have those side conversations and chat over lunch and have that type of interaction. And so everything has trade-offs, but we hope that we've created an agenda that is going to move pretty quickly. So there's a lot of different people talking today, keeping it interesting. I think we're bringing some really good, some training, some updates, some opportunities for interactions, and then we have our roundtable at the end. And so that's when everybody, for those of you that are new, that's when everybody comes together and just kind of talks about any issues and opportunities. Thank you, Carl. Any issues and opportunities that they'd like to share with the group, challenges, get some feedback. It's a really good chance to see your peers and hear that you're not alone in this land use planning world. Although every so often something really unique pops up, chances are someone has dealt with something similar to what you're going through. So lean on your peers when you can. If you could, I'm sorry, I have a little intruder. Hey baby, you gotta go upstairs, honey. Yeah, I know you do. Come on. Well, okay, go ask Daddy, sweetie. Go on, keep going. I know, baby, but Anna's in a meeting. Remember we talked about this. Okay. Go on, you can ask him, he can get it for you, sweetie. And then there's that about virtual meetings. So I apologize. She probably would have been the most entertaining part of our day, but she has to go upstairs. Mandy, could you please move the slide? Thank you. Okay, stop there. Yep. Just a quickie on the Oregon Coastal Management Program, especially for those of you that are new. So back in 1970s, early 70s, a whole bunch of fantastic congressional changes came through, and one of those was the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972, which authorized the coastal zone programs, among other things. And Oregon was keying itself to be in a leadership role in that conversation. We just passed Senate Bill 100. Land use was starting to take form. We were working on developing all of the statewide planning goals, which were done by 76. And so it really positioned Oregon well to become the second in the nation that had an approved coastal management program. The first was Washington. So the Pacific Northwest really shined in that regard. The Department of Land Conservation and Development acts as the host and supports the administrative functions of the coastal management program. And so when we talk about funding for the coastal management program, that's coming through DLCD to support the administrative functions of the program. And we'll hear a lot more about some of those aspects today. But the program itself is a networked program, and every coastal management program is a networked program, but we get to be a little unique in this conversation because not only do we include 10 other state agencies, 11 in total, including ourselves, but we also have integrated our counties and cities, our coastal counties and cities, into our coastal management program. And that's important for a lot of reasons. The biggest would be that when we have issues come through that have a federal nexus, it means that it means that a city or county comprehensive plans and implementing ordinances, if they're enforceable policies, have a say in the conversation. And we have some examples going on right now where that, but for that piece, and this is a huge incentive to have a coastal management program in a coastal state, but for that piece, we would not have say in a lot of large activities that are currently taking place in our coastal zone. It makes the coastal part of the coastal states so unique because federal actions generally are above review from state entities and certainly above review from local jurisdictions. And so being a part of the coastal management program gives a lot of added emphasis to those policies and ordinances that are really kind of critical to the coastal communities. And yeah, I can't emphasize that enough. The value that in and of itself brings to a coastal state. So funding comes through sections 306 and 309 of the Coastal Zone Management Act. It's outlined in each of those sections how the money is divided, etc. And I just want to just quickly update you on our federal funding situation right now. After watching Congress have a major challenge working through its budget, for the year that we're currently in, and they finally finished in April. There were a lot of concerns, rightfully so, and a lot of uncertainties. And we actually ended up as the coastal management programs, not just Oregon, the coastal management program ended up being flat funded, which means we had got the same amount as we did the year before. And frankly, that was a win. That was a big win given the climate and so many considerations that Congress was working its way through. So that we cheered for that opportunity. And then they immediately moved into getting ready for next year's budget, because budgets just is a never-ending cycle. Jumped into next year's budget. It's a little unclear where that's going. The president's budget and comes out, and then you have the congressional budget, and how do those all come together? It's definitely a dance. And I will tell you that the Coastal States Organization, which is our kind of nonprofit arm, not lobbying so much as advocating arm of the program, has been asking repeatedly, but will do so again this year, for a fairly significant increase to recognize the fact that the cost of doing business has simply gone beyond what the funding that the federal budget provides for. And so just keeping that in their radar, that, you hold up these programs, much like National Estuary Programs and the NERS, National Estuarine Research Reserves, they're held up as these really great examples of collaboration and coordination. But that needs to be funded to work. And so they continue to put that in front of them, as do we when we're talking to our congressional delegation about the value that this program, so all 11 state agencies and 41 counties and cities, bring to not only the state of Oregon, but to the nation. If you could go, Mandy, next. So the major components of the national program are federal consistency, which Jeff mentioned in his introductory remarks, program enhancements, which for Oregon are coastal hazards, estuary management planning, ocean resource planning, and public access planning, and our non-point pollution control program. We could have a whole workshop on that. And so I am going to talk a little bit about that in a moment, but it does, these things are key aspects of our program. These are where we're evaluated on when we are going through our 5-year evaluation process, among other things. But these are key areas and places where we place a lot of emphasis. We also have a Section 309 assessment and strategy, which, in addition to a 2-year work plan that we put together, this is a 5-year strategy that is on its way to expiring, and we will be beginning that outreach and engagement with all of you and your communities to get input into what we see as the key areas that we want to focus on for the next 5 years. So right now we do coastal hazards, estuary management, ocean resource, and public access. Are there other pieces? Are there other metrics we need to be looking at? So all that is going to be coming to you after July. And it's a fairly short window of some fairly intensive public engagement. So be on the lookout for that. We'll certainly let you all know when we're out and about in your communities. I imagine there'll be a fair number of virtual opportunities as well, just because it's a little bit easier and it allows, for a little bit greater participation sometimes. We've also been really successful in getting some grants this year. You're going to hear about more of them after we see Mandy's email. A couple of those are we've received funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law to have, through a non-competitive process, to put a program in place around habitat restoration and conservation, which you're going to hear more about from Claire. And then the competitive process, which I'm very, very pleased to say we've been very successful at, and Claire's going to talk a little bit about that. We also received some funds through the Inflation Reduction Act, and all of these funds are specific to coastal management programs. And these were non-competitive funds that allow us to, over a 5-year period, 4 to 5 year period, really dive into moving the dial on climate change. And what we're currently thinking about is how to get into communities and help them pull together climate resilience plans, looking at the whole community, not just coastal needs and coastal goals, but the entirety of the community and how to bring that all together. And so that's a position that is going to be opening up sometime this summer. And then we also go after projects of special merit. You're going to hear about one in a second around rocky habitats. And then we were just successful in getting another one for a technical project, which we aren't going to talk about today, but you may certainly be hearing about in October in a little more detail, but capturing oblique imagery along our coastline so that we can actually measure shoreline changes. So that's really exciting. And then we had this opportunity through the Inflation Reduction Act Climate Resilience Regional Challenge, which I'm sure everybody heard about in some form. And we are party to or the lead on 3 applications that went in. So our lead application was around creating an estuary, a coastal collaborative, and using estuary management plans sort of as the launching pad to bringing that collaborative together. That was for about $2 million. And if we get that funding, I think we're going to see a real opportunity to bring all of us on this call and your electeds and other partners to the table in a really thoughtful, intentional way. Our tribal partners being at the table and really having an opportunity for all of us to engage on those issues that affect the coast across jurisdictional boundaries is going to be really important. We were also party to a $35 million, which just makes my eyeballs bulge every time I think about it, project around habitat restoration and conservation that was made possible because of estuary resilience action planning that took place in Tillamook and Coos County. And you're going to hear a little bit about the next steps of that action planning. But because of that work, we were able to bring together folks from Tillamook and Coos into the same application and put together a really fantastic grant that I think will be interesting to reviewers. And then another one that CREST, the Columbia River Estuary Studies Task Force, which Garrett introduced himself with, put together that's going to be looking at sea level rise impacts on coastal communities in Clatsop County. This is really exciting work as well, and we would be party to that. And this really was born out of a project that you're going to hear from Carl in a little bit and the work that he's been doing on sea level rise. But one of the things I just really want to emphasize is the coastal management program doesn't work without you. You are our partners in this. We value you and what you bring to the table. That's why we hold these meetings twice a year. That's why we have 2 great regional reps out in the field, connecting with you, bringing your thoughts and ideas back to us and conveying what we're doing back to you. And this really is a collaborative relationship. And I want you to know that you can reach out to us at any time. Mandy, next. I see some questions, but I'm just going to get through this. So, it looked bigger on my screen. So DLCD is growing. Oh my goodness. A lot of changes in a short period of time. The first is that we went from a tier 6 agency to a tier 5. And when this first came up, that really meant nothing to me. It's not something that I had really thought of or been familiar with, but level 6 is you're a very small agency. And as our director has said, they put us on the same level as commissions and boards. We're so much more, and we are so much more. And because of all the changes that have been happening, including some legislation in 2024, they agreed and we've now moved up a tier, and we're now tier 5, and you can see the explanation in there a little bit. And with this comes big change. We got 30 new positions, which is almost a 50% increase to our total. That's huge. The coastal program actually got 2 full-time positions out of this, which you're going to hear a little bit more about later. And a lot of these, while housing, were also organizational changes. And we have a policy and communications division now. We have a new housing division, which came out of 24, but then it grew with another arm attached to it. We have an assistant deputy director who's also the chief operating officer. All these big changes, and really, it's a lot. So if you feel like you're kind of spinning when you think about DLCD right now and who should you contact, we all kind of are. And so we're working on that, and you're going to see a lot more coming out from the agency as we move forward, but it's all very exciting. So then we also had, so you see all these new positions, and there's money that comes with that. But then we also had some challenges in just the regular budget, that agency's overall budget. And so you're going to see some reduced opportunities around travel, much, like today, travel is where you would see the changes. And so we're just working through that. And, as things move forward, we'll be communicating more about that. And then we have policy option packages that get proposed every biennium. And the coastal has 4. This year, we've done a little different process, and everything's been bucketed. So this is in the coastal bucket. And so we had 4 that we proposed, and those are available in greater detail in the Land Conservation and Development Commission's reports, if you want to go to our website and take a look at that. But the 4 that we pulled together, we're investing in the coastal management program, which is that the state would invest in provide general funds that go towards supporting the coastal program, and allow for some enhancements, making the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator position permanent, supporting the program's work around offshore wind and implementation of the House Bill 4080 roadmap, which we'll hear about, and investing in the update of the Columbia River Estuary Management Plan, which you can imagine is a process. And then I see some chats. I'm just going to open up because I am almost done. All right. And so next, Mandy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get to you, Kirsten. I'm just going to show this. This is my last slide. This is our organizational chart. So anything that's a different color than black is new or rearranged or reorganized. So there's a lot there. And so you're just going to see a lot of new faces and a lot of interaction points that are going to be with new people. And it's really exciting. Kirsten.
Thank you, Lisa. Super exciting. So I was just looking in there to see if we have the two new positions you mentioned for offshore wind. Yep, are in green under Lisa's column there in the lower left. I would just, just to clarify, yes, there's a lot of change, but it's almost, there's a phrase, right? The more things change, the more they stay the same. There's the things that are staying the same are your points of contact with Hui and Brett. So when in doubt, please contact your regional representatives and they will help navigate you as needed throughout the agency. We do have a Gov delivery on our website. It's a click around news and notices where folks can sign up for to hear whenever we have a posting open. So we would really invite that. We also try and get the word out for planning positions on the Oregon Planners Network listserv. And then also I just want to mention, in addition to the Coastal POPs major agency priority on data and GIS, that's in really good shape in the coastal program relatively, but a little bit under-resourced for the rest of the agency in the ways we serve local governments generally. So would just mention that one too, but we're in the process of prioritizing and winnowing now, given the feedback from LCDC last week. And if you go to the Commission's website, it's agenda item number 5 from the April meeting. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. So I think that concludes my part. I should probably ask Mandy to go one more slide, just make sure that's a true statement. Yep, It is. So Eva, I'm going to turn it over to you and then we can have any questions.
All right. Hi, everyone. I don't think I had a chance to introduce myself because Zoom decided to kick me out right before my time to shine. So my name is Eva Krukowski. I'm the Rocky Habitat Projects Coordinator. My focus is on these 8 new Rocky Habitat designations that went into effect this year in January. There are new conservation areas in Clatsop, Tillamook, Lincoln, Curry, and Coos counties. So if you work in these counties or you represent them or you live near these sites, I'll likely reach out to you either directly or through Hui and Brett over the next year for asking for your input on natural resource management strategies at these new Rocky Habitat sites. My main goal is to build and engage communities around Rocky Habitat site stewardship and to develop a resource library of tide pool habitat educational materials. And I'm going to keep mine short because we have a long program today, but please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions.
And you're going to hear more about this at the October meeting because it will be in full swing by then. And so many of you will perhaps have already met Eva in person and certainly participated in some of the conversations. So, all right, I think we are ready to move on. And our guest with us today for this part of the presentation is Sadie Carney. And Sadie, I am going to hand it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa, sorry, Lisa, I just wanted to ask you,
Yes,
Sadie, forgive me. You have a published break on the agenda at 10:45 to 10:55. I didn't know if people were counting on that, but
Oh, it very well may have been. I apologize. Let me, why did I miss that? I'm sorry, everybody. Well, okay. If you're all right with that, Sadie, that
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
that
I'm fine with.
abrupt end to your presentation already? No.
Yeah.
Yes, we're right on time. So we do have a 10-minute break, just potty breaks, get up, get everything ready because we're going to move into some really good conversation between now and lunch. So come back at 10:55, please. Thank you, Kirsten. Okay, everybody. Hopefully everyone's just sitting at their desk or coming back to their desk. If you could turn on your cameras for a second, and maybe we can probably get rid of the agenda at the moment. Mandy, thank you very much. If you can just turn on your cameras so I can see, make sure we've got everybody back, or a critical mass anyway, before we hand it over to Sadie. It's always great to see 3 pages worth of folks online. All right, I think we're getting there, Sadie. So one more time, I'm going to hand it over to Sadie Carney, who's going to give us a little refresher or a training, depending on your status, on Goal 1. And super happy to have you here today, Sadie.
Thank you, Lisa. And I'm not sure I can share my screen, but I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Or I can just talk for the next half hour. And as you know, I'd be pretty good at that. You might want to keep me on track.
I think Mandy's working on that for you right now.
Yeah, I can open it also and share it. Give me just 2 seconds here. Seems like it's working better for me than others, so.
All right, so I will just try to stay on top of things and let you know when to advance the slides, Mandy. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I said earlier, I'm Sadie Carney. I'm our Communications and Engagement Manager here at DLCD. I use she, her, or she, they pronouns. I'm here in the Valley this morning. I guess it's still morning. I live in Salem, and I'm also our Goal 1 specialist at DLCD. And as our Goal 1 specialist, I am our staff lead, the staff liaison from our commission to our CIAC, or Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, which is advisory to the department and the commission on matters related to community engagement. And until recently, I was the only communications and engagement staff member here at DLCD, but as a result of the growth that Lisa mentioned in her update to the group, we have recently added 2 new communications positions to our team. So we're very excited about that. Follow us on LinkedIn, look at our website. Things should begin to improve, I hope, pretty soon. And I don't ordinarily have the opportunity to engage with a group like this, planners and state agency staff. So this is really a treat. And I'm hoping that you will interrupt me and ask questions as we go. And we'll have some time, I hope, at the end of this presentation for some sharing of ideas between our local planners and other state agency partners. So I'm looking forward to that. Next slide. So what is Goal 1? I think a lot of folks on this call already know. Goal 1 calls for the opportunity for community members to be involved in all phases of the planning process. And it really sets Oregon land use apart, the requirement to have community members involved. But there is, and I find this in the phone calls that come to my desk or the emails that come to my inbox, there is a lot of confusion at the community level between what is planning, what is land use planning, and what is part of the permitting process. And so even when a permit requires a quasi-judicial decision and it goes before your planning commission and they weigh it through some, a hearings process, that is not part of the planning process. And I get a lot of people calling me and saying, there's been a Goal 1 violation in my community because they've read Goal 1 and they don't like the convenience store that's been permitted across the street. And they say, nobody asked me. Nobody asked me if I wanted a convenience store right there. And I didn't want a convenience store. And I went and I said at the hearing, I didn't want a convenience store. and so that's an area that I'm kind of like continually educating people on, specifically community members, is the difference between what is part of the planning process and what is part of the permitting process, and how does goal 1 fit into that. Next slide. And so just a little bit more on goal 1. A lot of folks have said to me since I joined the Oregon Planning program almost 10 years ago, it's goal 1 for a reason. And nobody's ever really told me what that reason is, but it is goal 1. And if there was a reason, perhaps the reason they made it the first goal is because it really touches all the other goals. You can't accomplish your local plans on any of your other goals without community involvement, without that community engagement and participation. You know, for me, maybe I would say, oh, it's goal 1 because it's, you know, it's really the right thing to do. It's at the top because it's the right thing. But I have to recognize, you know, maybe here and certainly in other places that I sit in my life on policy committees and places where we're making decisions that have an impact in our community and beyond, it doesn't always feel like the right thing to everybody. You know, there are places where you're able to gain traction on community engagement very quickly. And then there are other places where people aren't as open to what that might open up in terms of the process. And so maybe your community is on one side or the other, maybe you're somewhere in between. Another thing that I've heard a lot about, and I'd love to hear any feedback, is, you know, I do think that community buy-in is a big part of goal 1, getting the community involved early in the process. You know, some of the plans that I look at, for example, here in Salem, I work on our MPO policy committee with the city of Turner. And, you know, they say, well, all of these transportation projects have been locally vetted. But then I look at their TSP and the last time it was updated was 2004. And I'm like, well, by which part of your community was that vetted, right? So some of these plans become old, but it does, I think, increase community buy-in. We've had some great successes here in Salem in recent years. And as a result, can decrease appeals on the outcomes of your process, right? When you have everybody sort of in and they know their voices have been heard and many different facets and ways of looking at things have been considered, the hope is that it will decrease appeals. Does this happen across the board? No, it doesn't. But in many cases, perhaps not all. But goal 1 does have weight and is given legal consideration when something is being considered by LUBA or the Court of Appeals. And so we know that from things that we see here at DLCD. Goal 1 does have consideration beyond a local level in terms of its legal standing. It's scalable, customized to the communities like all of our goals. And then when is goal 1 broken? So as I mentioned in the previous slide, I get a lot of calls about goal 1 being broken when there's confusion about what goal 1 should do. I get a lot of concern that goal 1 is broken when someone has read the language of the goal alone and not referred to what is locally adopted as a goal 1 plan. The language in the goal itself can lead people to believe one thing, and then what has been adopted at a local level can look quite different than what is in the goal itself and maybe isn't what people were expecting. And then there's kind of the idea that goal 1 is broken because it's called citizen involvement. And it's broken because citizen is something that we maybe consider an outdated term. There has been legislation in the Oregon legislature to address this, updating goal 1. It hasn't passed in the years that we have seen it introduced so far. We do anticipate another effort in the 2025 session to update goal 1. But updating a goal, maybe you know, maybe you don't, is a big process for DLCD. It's written in statute that we should have at least 2 hearings in every congressional district. So with the addition of a 6th congressional district in the state of Oregon, that would be 12 public hearings around the state. And that's the minimum. And so you can imagine for something like goal 1, we would really want to do a more robust process than the bare minimum, and that quickly becomes cost prohibitive, which is one of the reasons I think we haven't seen a lot of progress in that space. And then I wanted to talk briefly about a few quirks in the goal, like what's unique about goal 1 aside from its own goal. There is a requirement in goal 1, and I think it's the only requirement in any of our goals that requires a letter to be submitted. So the language from the goal says, if the governing body wishes to assume the responsibility for development as well as a blah, 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 blah. So basically, let me just foreshorten this. If you started out, if you are a local government that started out with an independent committee for citizen involvement, and then you decide, and I'll talk about those in a minute, but then you decide, wow, this committee for citizen involvement just isn't working for us. People don't come to the meetings, or we have a hard time staffing them, or it just isn't functioning the way that we hoped it would, or that the mayor wants it to, et cetera. We're going to shift those responsibilities to our planning commission. Goal 1 says, oh, you need to write a letter. You need to write a letter to DLCD, and they need to give it to the CIAC for review and recommendations. So that would be perhaps, if it's written into your adopted goal 1 portion of your comprehensive plan, something that you would submit a PAPA for. Maybe it isn't written in and you don't have to submit a PAPA at all. This could really go over somebody's head. And it has, and it does, and I believe it will continue to, because it is such a unique piece of goal 1. But you know, if we're following the goal to the letter, a letter shall be written when you make that shift from an independent CCI to a planning commission. If you shift from your planning commission to an independent CCI, no letter. If you shift from an independent CCI to your city council, I don't know if there's a letter. It's really not clear. But if you shift from an independent CCI to your planning commission, there's a letter involved. So if you're planning on doing that, please send me a letter. Other quirks is goal 1 plan updates and our citizen involvement advisory committee. So right in the language of the goal, it says if you're updating your goal 1 plan, it should be submitted to the CIAC for review and recommendations. There's a challenge with this because often when you're updating your goal 1 plan, you get all the way through that local work, you've got your plan all updated. And then you get to our website. I assume this is what you do. I think there's probably a few paths you could follow to submit your post-acknowledgement plan amendment, right? And then that is submitted and that starts a clock ticking, right? You've got 30 days between these public hearings. You're going to have a public hearing, you're going to have another one, and then you're going to adopt this plan change. The CIAC is only meeting quarterly. So the chances of your PAPA submission and our meetings concurring are almost impossible. This has been kind of a long-standing issue for goal 1. I have found, documents that I've had to like download to TXT files because otherwise they open in Windings talking about this issue. So just that is a quirk of goal 1, and I'm just calling it out for the group. And then final quirk is, and I guess it's also my next bullet, is this is the only goal of our 19 that is accompanied by a statutorily required advisory committee. And that's the advisory committee I referred to earlier, the CIAC, or Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. It's a 10-member group. We have 1 member from each congressional district and then 4 at-large meetings. And for at-large members, as I mentioned, right now we have quarterly meetings. And they're really focused on providing guidance and supporting local governments in the implementation of Goal 1. I myself started my sort of like relationship with DLCD as a CIAC member, and for a brief and glorious time, I had the honor of Lisa Phipps serving on the CIAC. And so it is a great group. We are limited in the number of professional planners we can have on our group. And I think we're at our maximum right now. So don't get any big ideas this minute, but certainly keep it in mind. And we do have a recruitment that will be opening shortly for Congressional District 3, which is up in the Portland area, if you know anyone. Next slide. And so I wanted to touch on this briefly because it has come up a number of times in the time that I have been here with DLCD, and that is, what is a citizen? Who is this goal really for? And working with our Department of Justice Council, they offered us the following definition, and I pulled this from an email. The term citizen, as used in the goals, has no correlation to United States citizenship. And then the DOJ definition of citizen is at the bottom here, any individual within the planning area. So it really, you know, despite the word citizen, which we can often, or in more recent years has been used in ways that create harm, in ways that other people, in ways that sort of like draw a line between citizens and non-citizens, and create a hierarchy. The DOJ definition can really assure us that it is meant to be quite inclusive, and we have had questions from local jurisdictions on whether or not it's appropriate to rename the Goal 1 portion of their comprehensive plan to community involvement, and we are okay with that. We have said yes every single time, and if that's something you're considering, I would encourage you to do so. Next slide. And that's really because, oops, one slide back. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong things. I've got so many versions of this presentation. Because we do recognize that use of the term citizen alone can be exclusive. And we've worked to replace it in our CIAC communications, and I'll just give you an example of a time when this has personally harmed us at DLCD. In a recruitment effort for the CIAC, we sent out the application and the Gov delivery, and we shared it with a trusted community partner who we knew would have a lot of interaction with community-based organizations and different communities of color, and they refused to share it because it was so reliant on the term citizen. And that person said, you know, you really ought to consider toning this down because the way that it reads right now is very unwelcoming. And so, you know, I thought, well, my gosh, I'm upholding a statute. This is the CIAC, this is Goal 1. But that, I think, was really a kind of a wake-up call to me. And then, you know, reviewing my own materials, I really could start to see them through a different lens and consider the ways that I can adjust things. I can make a difference in this space to make things more welcoming. So, you know, I encourage you to sort of exercise that authority if that's something you also have. Let's see, now next slide. Sorry, Mandy. And so I did mention earlier the planning process. And this may be old news to most of you, but if it is not included in the goals or the goal guidelines, or, you know, implemented in any of our administrative rules, it's not part of the land use planning process. Does Goal 1 have any administrative rules? No, we are beginning to incorporate different elements of community engagement into administrative rule in other places. Perhaps one day in the future, they will all be consolidated under Goal 1. Right now, we have some in our climate friendly and equitable communities rules. if that's something you're working with. And I also anticipate that we will have some guidance for local governments in the rules that we are writing around goal 10 and 14 for the housing work around the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Next slide. So goal 1, do we use it? And we use it all the time at DLCD in our practice and our work. We are not above goal 1. We're very much in goal 1. But really, like all of Oregon planning, this happens at the local level. You are where the rubber hits the road. You are the action point. So your local processes, your local planning is where community engagement is taking place and makes a difference. And so it depends on us as planning professionals, but it really depends on the community too. And this can be a challenge. It's a lot of work to engage our communities. It's time consuming. We can set up a public meeting and that's work. We can get all the materials ready. That's also work. But that alone doesn't really do the trick if we're hoping to engage our communities broadly. A lot of the systems that we have created around our government structure are not entirely welcoming to folks, land use hearings and that kind of process. And there may be all kinds of reasons that people have, limitations in participation. They could have kids at home. I do. I have 2 of them here today sick and 2 at school. There could be a language barrier, a transportation barrier. And we have had some great examples, and I'm hoping to make these more accessible through our website, but of different local communities talking about innovative ways that they have engaged their communities in our Achievement in Community Engagement Awards. So this is an annual awards program, and different jurisdictions around Oregon will let us know about a planning process worth celebrating, and tell us about all of the things that they did to engage their communities in this process. And there's a lot of innovative work in there. So, people handing out prizes or incorporating musical performance into their public meetings, meeting folks where they are, providing childcare, providing food, really working with community leaders in different aspects of their community to find different ways to reach out to and engage the community in what can feel like a pretty intimidating and exclusive process if you just are kind of setting up those public meetings and having the public hearings. And that attracts a certain kind of person. And to be honest with you, I am that kind of person, but it doesn't attract everyone. And then I'll just say also, when we're looking at goal 1 applied at the local level, there are no, and I mentioned this before, there are no administrative rules under goal 1. So there's not a lot of there's no specificity after what you have in the goal language itself. And so this has led to some really uneven application around the state. Some goal 1 plans are very robust. Some are very minimal. Some are ambitious for the size of community. And I've even read a couple where I think, is this really reflective of goal 1? Did this get adopted? I guess it did. Here it is. But like I said before, a lot of people don't look at that locally adopted plan, uneven, even, whatever. They come to our site and look at the goal and they think they know what is happening. And I refer them back to your locally adopted plans when we can find them. Let's see. Okay, next slide. So I wanted to talk briefly too about another requirement in goal 1, which is CCIs. And confusingly, this has 2 acronyms, CCIs and CICs. They're both referred to in the goal. They decided that 2 acronyms was better than 1 in this case. And when isn't it? To mean the same thing. So what about them? It's the only goal that has this kind of requirement where you're setting up a separate local process that is sort of like, again, looking at all the planning processes. Let's see, the goal reads, the Committee for Citizen Involvement shall be responsible for assisting the local government governing body with the development of a program that promotes and enhances citizen involvement in land use planning, assisting in the implementation of the citizen involvement plan, and evaluating the process being used for citizen involvement. We have had some small cities do great things in this space. We have had some big cities that you might, and we can actually go to the next slide, Mandy, because I'll refer to the statistics that's on it. Yeah, this is an old survey, but you can see we, right after I joined the department from the CIAC, we put out this statewide survey. We have been curious as members of the CIAC, who is even doing this? We talk a lot about these citizen involvement committees, but are most of them planning commissions, or do people actually use? It's really hard to tell from a local website or a comprehensive plan what's going on at a local level in this space. And what we found, again, an informal survey, an old survey, not perfect information, but over 70% of our responding jurisdictions use their planning commission or another body instead of an independent CCI. So if you don't have one of these, you are far from alone. And you know, they are difficult to stand up and uphold. I talked about that a little previously. You know, I talked to one of our regional representatives earlier this week, and he said, oh my gosh, we tried to do one of those. And people would get appointed and then say, what was I getting appointed for? I thought I was going to be on the planning commission. So there's a lot of confusion around these groups. But I will say, if you are a local government that does have a planning commission or a city council operating in the place of an independent CCI, we do recommend, or I would say the CIAC recommends, that you have kind of a training around that, some education around Goal 1, perhaps a review of some of our guidance documents, and I'll touch on those in a little bit. Some local governments have established it where the planning commission will have a separate portion of their meeting and meet as the CCI, or they will have a separate meeting altogether to really focus on considering things through the lens of community engagement in the planning process, because the hat of a planning commissioner is quite different than the hat of a CCI member. And so just finding ways to sort of elevate that difference and call attention to the issue specifically is something that could help in those cases. Okay, next slide. So I'm gonna start now to sort of take from, wait, did I skip a slide? Can you go back, Mandy? I'm all confused looking at my notes, and yeah, no, I don't think I did. I will just say, one more thing on this, just before, lest you think that this is just a size and community capacity, and it's because we just have one planner. Just before we had circulated this survey, like a year or two, I think, the city of Portland went from having their planning commission serve as their CCI to having an independent CCI again. Okay, no letter, because there's no letter in that direction. And right now, here in the city of Salem, where I live, the planning commission is my CCI. So it doesn't seem to be, to me, very heavily correlated with size of the community. And I will say, circling back to some of what we identified as like the burdens to participation, really that's what these CCIs were intended to do. They were supposed to be, if I'm looking at the goal and I'm reading it for its intent versus what is in there as the letter, the CCIs were intended to be kind of that community watchdog that helped create the plans that were going to involve the citizens in a robust and meaningful way. And I think, as planners and certainly here at DLCD, that really is what we want to do. And I don't know that CCIs are the most effective tool in accomplishing this. I'm not saying they can't work. I'm not saying they don't work. But we have had to find, and with help from our CIAC, admittedly, different ways of engaging people. So a CCI alone really doesn't seem to be enough for us. And so some of the things that we have been doing in recent years, and maybe you're doing this too, or maybe it would be a new idea, is looking at census data or American Community Survey data to help us understand the demographics of the region, and then trying to reflect that in our outreach strategy and the feedback that we get. Partnering and building relationships with community-based organizations. Relationship building takes a long time. It takes a lot of energy. Staff change quickly. So it's a really ongoing long-term effort. It far exceeds, a single plan update. It's really, it has to become part of the undercurrent of the work you do. And we have a great example of somebody who is uplifting this in a truly meaningful way on the call in Huey Radomski. And specifically, I think her work with the tribes on the South Coast. But, tribal engagement, Indigenous engagement is really something that the entire land use planning program is silent on. But I think we can all understand the value of incorporating those perspectives into our work, the way that we steward the land and plan for the land and understand what's important on the land. And the goals are silent on that. I think a lot of it had to do potentially with timing of, tribal recognition being stripped and reinstated. It was just very awkward from that perspective for those communities. So why is DLCD doing all of this additional work and going beyond what is required in Goal 1? And now I will move to my next slide, Mandy. And these are slides that I have borrowed from my friends at Healthy Democracy, which is a US-based nonpartisan nonprofit that designs and coordinates innovative deliberative democracy programs. Oh my gosh, I'm going to run out of time, aren't I, Lisa? I will try not to show 20 slides, and I can breeze through, I think, a bunch of these. Looking at their research and numbers.
Sadie?
Yeah.
This is Kirsten, sorry to interrupt, and I promised I wouldn't, but I know you wanted to hear from folks too. So
yeah,
maybe you want to invite folks to kind of celebrate their own work and put ideas of success they've had in the chat. And maybe we can come back to that later. But yeah, I think that to help keep Lisa on time, we are.
Thank you.
We are wrapping up. Yeah.
And I obviously am passionate about this and could talk about it for quite a while, longer than I have today. Mandy, if you could you just skip ahead to slide 16? I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to let people know about some of the guidance that we do have created and some of the guidance that we are planning on creating here at DLCD. Right now, you can find this on our website, hopefully not too difficult to find. You can certainly Google search it and it will come up for you. That's Putting the People in Planning, which is a guide for local government practitioners around developing community engagement activities for land use planning, preparing and planning your outreach efforts, tools and strategies, and a toolbox. There's actually some downloadable templates. And then next slide, Mandy. And I wanted to let you know, in the offing, in the works, we are also developing an equitable engagement toolkit for local governments. And we are reviewing a rural engagement toolkit that was developed last year by a staff member. And then we are hoping, and I mentioned this earlier, to develop some case studies around past ACE Award winners, our Achievement in Community Engagement Awards, to make that information more accessible, digestible, easy to understand, and hopefully replicable for you at a local level. So then next question, maybe you can share in the chat, or next slide, sorry, Mandy, is what's working, points of pride, if you want to share anything that might be of benefit to others on the call. I love learning from each other, and I would love to learn from all of you. And squeaking in under the deadline, we can go to the closing slide where my contact information is listed. And I'd be happy to hear from you either in a phone call or over email.
Thank you very much, Sadie. As everyone can imagine, there are so many parts to this topic, and it's so fundamental to what it is that everybody here does every day. I would encourage you to use the chat to throw in any questions, comments, success stories, or points of pride that Sadie called out. We will save the chat, and that way we'll also know how to be able to get back to you. And we will be making the slides available. So although you may not have heard her speak, the slides will be available so that you can maybe generate some additional thoughts that you'd like to share with her. And as always, if you lose this or you can't figure out how to find her, you can always ask your regional rep, who will make sure that they put you in contact. Are there any pressing questions? I see some chats, so just making sure we get. Okay. All right. Think about it. You have lunch and other times to just kind of noodle it over. And if you're uncomfortable putting it in a public format, you can certainly send it to Sadie directly or to one of us if that someone you know, if that makes you feel better, especially if it's a question that causes you some consternation. But okay, well, thank you, Sadie. It may be that there's some additional opportunities at our future gatherings to do some deep dives, maybe into specific areas that would benefit you as you're moving forward with your work, but also really get folks engaged and thinking about how they do their work on the ground. So I appreciate that. So with that, we're going to move to Andy Lanier. He's going to talk about a lot of things in the same short period of time. A lot's happening in the offshore world. Andy's going to walk us through it, including some of the legislation I briefly alluded to. And we'll pass it over to him now. Thank you, Andy.
Just doing a quick sound and video check. You're seeing my screen and hearing me.
You sound great, and the screen so far is on.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department. And today I want to cover a couple of hot topics in offshore wind energy. The first is going to be a short summary of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's offshore wind energy leasing process. And Jeff Burright's actually going to come and join me and talk about our CZMA review portion of our responsibility there. And then I'm going to talk and give an overview of an offshore wind energy roadmap. So those are the two big kind of things that I'm going to use to divide my time with you today. And these slides were modified from some slides that were provided just last week at the Ocean Policy Advisory Council's meeting, where BOEM presented to the council their projected vision for the leasing calendar. And this week, BOEM released Oregon's proposed wind energy lease areas. They are the two areas that were represented as draft wind energy areas or final wind energy areas through BOEM's process. And they are kind of labeled, the north one is labeled the Coos Bay site and the south one is labeled Brookings. Again, these slides will be available afterwards. They provide links to the important documents that you may want to go and browse yourself. Just as a quick refresher, we have been through several kind of years of process with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. They included a call for information and nominations. That was kind of the first winnowing of areas that they were looking at from the whole statewide outer continental shelf down to some large areas, but there were originally 3, but ended up with 2 call areas, within which they completed a suitability analysis and they published draft wind energy areas, and then they finalized those. And so we are now at the kind of further winnowing step of the lease areas. And this is the schedule and graphic that they have provided for public consumptions. We did get just squeaking in at the last part of April with our correspondence with BOEM yesterday, the published pre-sale notice. Along with that comes the publication of their draft environmental assessment and our federal consistency determination. Jeff will talk a little bit more about the specifics of the timing, but the long story short is that BOEM is planning to hold an auction in October of this year, if this process projection holds. I'm providing this slide for you all as a resource after the fact. It goes through those steps that I referenced earlier with the call, with the wind energy area designations, with the assessments and the suitability reports, and any documentation of their kind of process to date. What's really coming at us is, through the leasing decisions, is site characterization or assessment activities. That's really what this first step of our review is going to entail. And that's a lot of kind of people out and on the water in the ocean trying to understand more about the place and whether or not a project is going to be feasible. There are a couple of BOEM-led engagement opportunities that have been provided notice for at this time. So there is the proposed sale notice that has its own public comment period of 60 days. During that time, BOEM and the state are also going to hold a renewable energy task force meeting, and they're going to hold a seminar that describes how an auction will actually take place. There is associated with the environmental assessment of the wind energy areas, a 30-day public comment period as well. And BOEM is planning to hold virtual public meeting on May 21st. Again, more detail available at the BOEM website listed there. And the save the date info on the task force meeting, that's planned for Thursday, May 23rd. We are, as a state, doing a refresh on task force membership. So if you're a local government that is interested in having a seat on the task force, please reach out to me, let me know. There are spots for not only cities, but county governments. And I'm coordinating with the governor's office to do outreach on kind of a refresh for representation that has not been filled in the past, or where there has been turnover in positions at the local government level. So we will be communicating with you all about that opportunity to select new representatives if need be, or to confirm the representatives that you would have on the task force. And that's the end of the slides from BOEM, and I'm going to turn things over to my colleague Jeff to talk about our review. And Jeff, I'll move the slides for you.
Thank you. Am I coming through okay with audio?
Loud and clear. Yep.
Great, thanks. So Andy has shown you this figure already. And once again, my name is Jeff Burright. I am the Coastal State Federal Relations Coordinator for the Oregon Coastal Management Program. Within that, I coordinate the federal consistency review that is really the state's seat at the table for federal actions that have an effect that is reasonably foreseeable to coastal uses and resources. Because the BOEM leasing action and the follow-on activities that will come after that, like Andy was talking about, the vessel surveys, placement of buoys offshore, because we foresee that those have an effect. BOEM is submitting this action for federal consistency review at the same time as they are opening the environmental assessment under NEPA, which is its own federal regulation, its own kind of ecosystem of comment and criteria. So there's the NEPA environmental assessment. There is the proposed sale notice that Andy mentioned, which is kind of the stipulations and structure of what their lease would be with a lessee. So you can learn more about things like what kind of community benefit agreements there might be, or bidding credits for those kinds of things, or any other just baseline stipulations that BOEM would impose upon a lessee. So there's the EA, the proposed sale notice, and then this thing called a consistency determination, which is under the umbrella of a CZMA review, federal consistency. And that is where BOEM describes the action that they want to take, and they compare that action against the applicable enforceable policies of our program. And again, our program has thousands of policies that we've drawn from state statutes, Oregon administrative rules, the statewide planning goals, including the Territorial Sea Plan, which implements Goal 19. And then we have local comprehensive plans and ordinances that cover anything that happens onshore or in estuaries. So all of that together is our coastal program, and BOEM has to evaluate their action against those policies and make a determination of consistency. We then review that information and that assessment by BOEM and provide our feedback there and our determination. So BOEM submitted, they actually submitted it yesterday. So April 30th would be the beginning of our review. We are going to begin our normal review process. Typically that lasts 60 days, but we're allowed to extend 15 days and they have to accept it. So we are going to do that just automatically to give us some more time. We're also going to have a longer than normal public comment period with this review to give people enough time to really understand the material, participate in some of the public community meetings that we're going to be hosting, and just give people that additional opportunity. We're also going to be coordinating with state agency subject matter experts who have a particular expertise in some of our enforceable policies to get their take. And then at the end of this whole process, we will issue a decision that I'll describe a little bit more later, that is either we're going to concur with the action, we're going to concur with conditions, or we're going to object. And I'll explain what those mean here in just a moment. Could you go on to the next slide, please, Andy? So we have a public notice and comment webpage on the DLCD website. And we also issue a Gov delivery notice to subscribers who are, you can see it there. We have a listserv where people can check the box to say that they're interested in federal consistency. They would receive this. We're planning for it to go out today. And then one more, please, Andy. We also have a public notice that we post on our website and with the Gov delivery. And inside that public notice, it provides some guidance for how to make a public comment. So all of these will be active as of later today, opening up that public comment period. Next, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, CZMA review has three general potential outcomes. The first one would be if the state were to concur with BOEM's assessment, saying that the action they're proposing is consistent with the enforceable policies of the program. And when it's an action like this, they have to be consistent to the maximum extent practicable, which is maybe more in the weeds than we need to talk about today. Another opportunity would be for the state to be able to do a concurrence with conditions. This is like a yes if kind of outcome, where we would say, in order for the action you've proposed to be consistent, we would like you to agree to some additional aspects or additions to what you're planning to do. And if the agency agrees with that, those then get incorporated into the decision. If the agency disagrees, then that concurrence turns into an objection. The little caveat here is that if we place a condition on our decision, we don't get to enforce that after the fact. It really is based on there being an agreement with the federal agency. So these have to get kind of negotiated throughout the process. You can see an example. The state of California has done a couple of these lease decisions, and with those decisions, they put out, oh gosh, probably a dozen conditions that BOEM agreed to that have been incorporated into the leases that BOEM issued. And they have things like speed limits for vessels. They restrict some of the certain kinds of equipment that that the lessees could use. They require there to be a fisheries liaison, or to have standing coordination and consultation with environmental justice communities, with tribes, with fishing communities, to share information with the state, those kinds of conditions that can help set the stage for the next decision that comes years down the road, which is the one where the state actually reviews a proposal to build something. And at that time, you want to make sure that you've had all the conversations you need to have, you've collected all the information you need to have. And so this gives us the opportunity to set some of those conditions up front. The third option would be an objection, which would be if the state decided, with the information provided, we cannot agree that the action is consistent to the maximum extent practicable. And this functionally could stop the action from moving forward. The federal agency has some options to do an override, which then could be challenged in court. That's a whole downstream thing. Let's move on, please. This is my attempt to diagram out how the scope of our review relates to the different geographies offshore. So the scope of this review is only the activities occurring in that dark blue box, the lease block, and that light blue box, which is vessel activities outside of the lease block, but also outside of state waters. So BOEM is proposing to issue a lease offshore, and then potentially to have vessel activities occur in that lease and to have buoys on the seafloor in that area. They're also saying that they expect there to be vessel activities, as Andy showed, doing vessel surveys for seeing what wildlife is out there, for checking the conditions of the seafloor, looking for viable routes to run cabling, that kind of thing. And so those activities are all within the scope of our review. And to whatever extent those activities would affect state uses and resources, things like vessel transit, port utilization, any nearshore impacts that might occur from that offshore stuff, that is within the scope of our review. What is not within the scope of our review are any activities that would take place in state waters, in estuaries, or onshore. And I went round and around with BOEM about this for several months, and they are not including that in the review of what they're issuing to us because they don't have any authority outside of the federal waters on the outer continental shelf. So if we were to place conditions on activities in those areas, they couldn't do anything about it. But the positive is that if there was a lessee who had a lease offshore and wanted to do vessel surveys in state waters, in estuaries, if they wanted to go do some exploration in the shore zone, they would be subject to other authorities at the state and local level. And they would also more likely than not need a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, which would bring us back in to do this federal consistency review because that's a federal action. So while those aren't part of this review, they would be part of future reviews. Now, why am I harping on this? It's because if you go and look at the consistency determination that BOEM just submitted to us yesterday, which we're going to post today, you'll find they don't really reference local policies. They don't reference local comprehensive plans and codes because in their mind, in this review, those are not applicable to those activities that are happening offshore in federal waters. And I think after having gone around and around, I think that that is a valid and defensible argument. And so if you're reading it and you're wondering, hey, what about us? That's why. However, we do plan to really emphasize in our decision, if we move forward with a concurrence, really emphasizing that there are going to be those local and state requirements that would be triggered if people want to do anything to the right of that, federal waters line. Let's move on, please. I think this is the last one I have. So once again, showing we have multiple reviews that have all started on the same day and are somewhat related. Well, they are related. They're somewhat overlapping, but really the state's best opportunity to have an impact on what will happen over the next 5 years of survey activities out there is from that blue line there, the Federal Consistency Review. And our comment period will be closing on June 14th, and we are expecting a decision, I think, July 14th. So with that, I'll pass it back to Andy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to move forward here and forego questions. But if you have questions, please put them in the chat for us, and we will answer them after the fact. So the next piece that I want to cover today is about offshore wind energy roadmap. And what I'm referring to is that there was a group of stakeholders from kind of different perspectives who convened a discussion around offshore wind energy. This was a group with a diverse set of interests. They have recognized that not all interests were represented on this group, but they tried to pull in a lot of different voices from a lot of different perspectives. It was a group that convened somewhat regularly between August of last year and just this last month. If you have questions about the group, I have provided the contact information for the leadership kind of that entity. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what they have come up with. And so, they were given a question actually from the governor's office asking if, the state should be thinking about development of a roadmap, recognizing that there are other states around the nation that have done this, but Maine being one of them. And so, they took a look at what existed in other places and realized that that was potentially, something that the state should invest in. First of all, they decided that, they wanted to include the entire coast in conversations around offshore wind energy. So the roadmap would be comprehensive in terms of engagement for the state. In addition, they were looking at kind of the associated floating offshore wind infrastructure for its life cycle. So are there supply and kind of workforce development elements of any project that might occur on land, in our ports, in our estuaries? They wanted to think about the entire kind of picture. And they, as a group, recognized that they were focusing on future offshore wind projects and not on the current BOEM process, recognizing at the point that they convened, there was a pause that was happening, which was requested by the governor and which BOEM acknowledged. And finally, the roadmap document has what they have called exit ramps. So that's places where if criteria or thresholds or policies that have been established by the state are kind of not being held to, that there may be a point in time that the state of Oregon says, no, this has gone too far and we would want to object to a project moving forward. And so this group did that work. They operated through a consensus building process where everyone, quote unquote, could live with it as a document moving forward. And they have transmitted that out to the state, to our department, There's a couple of things about kind of the recognitions internally from the group. They recognize that they weren't a decision-making body, that they weren't creating any kind of specific position statements on offshore wind, and that, you know, they really were kind of building an initial cut, but that, you know, that it's just their perspective that they're providing to us as an agency. But I think that there was a lot of value in the group coming together because they were learning from each other. They were discussing key topics, themes, and questions that the state should address when thinking about a roadmap. And that document, the roadmap with exit ramps, is available now for your review. There's an opportunity to join a webinar that the group is hosting next week. Registration link is included. I can put this in the chat after I'm done speaking for you. And they have a number of the kind of background resources from the group that are available. So you can read the roadmap, you can look at the kind of meeting summaries and who was on there and some of the frequently asked questions. Switching over now to our legislatively directed task of convening and helping the state build a roadmap. This is one of the things that is going to be happening in the very near future. House Bill 4080 passed in the short legislative session. It is built around some labor standards that the state wanted to have associated with offshore wind projects. And it asks us as DLCD to lead the roadmap engagement effort and to build that. And then also to do an assessment of Oregon's enforceable policies as they relate to offshore wind and make recommendations for where the state may need to have policy making processes that are completed ahead of a project. So this is where kind of the two positions that Lisa referenced come in. So we are going to be hiring soon for an offshore wind roadmap project coordinator and an enforceable policy specialist. The standards that are in House Bill 4080 relate to kind of how we are going to move through and develop the roadmap. We want to include effective stakeholder engagement. We want to ensure local and regional coastal communities have had opportunity to voice their thoughts about a roadmap and what's important to include. We want to ensure that we think about creation of economic opportunities in regards to sustaining local and regional economies. So a lot of that's the workforce development perspective. How does that happen in communities? We want to think about a workforce that's trained, housed, and equitable. And these are all kind of standards that came directly out of that first cut of a roadmap that this offshore wind working group kind of pulled together. They also highlighted the need to have tribal, cultural, and archaeological resources and cultural significant viewsheds represented in the roadmap, and to be thinking about how the state applies those, as well as the protection of our environment and marine species. That then all kind of correlates and goes back to how the state of Oregon thinks about offshore wind relative to its state energy and climate policy objectives. Right, so the Oregon Department of Energy is undertaking its own effort to look at how the state is going to think about energy strategy moving forward to meet our ambitious clean energy goals. So I want to provide just a little bit of larger context from a time perspective. You know, this kind of first 4 columns are kind of the next year of activities in front of us. And much of that is actually going to be focused, at least on the front end, to the state engagement in BOEM's process. At the same time that we will need to be setting up our own internal processes for managing our roadmap development and conducting our federal consistency review. Right, so I think there's going to be a lot of moving pieces internally within the department this spring and summer, and we expect kind of the public facing engagement portion of our roadmap efforts to take place over then the next year of time between this fall and next fall, where we are planning on establishing an advisory or a working group to help us as a soundboard to receive the comments and the input that we gather throughout time. So we're envisioning, you know, a wide range of perspectives being represented on that advisory work group. And that will complement other activities that we do that are related to tribal consultation. You know, we have responsibility for consulting with our federally recognized tribes in Oregon. So we will be initiating that kind of project notice and offering them, you know, a separate path if they need, but also the opportunities that they would have to participate, for example, on our advisory panel if they have the capacity to do so. Include, you know, focus groups, workshops, potentially surveys, etc. You name it. We want to try and get feedback from many different perspectives over the year of action that we will be using to develop the That's going to be a bunch of pointers to things the state needs to follow through on. And some of those may be rulemaking, but that's the period of time that we are thinking of as implementation of the roadmap, not the building of it. And so the process that we will use to identify kind of what's needed will happen first, followed then by the actions that the state is going to prioritize to make sure that our plans, our codes, our enforceable policies have been updated to the point where we can actually apply them at the decision when a project is actually applied for. And that is, you know, 5 years from the period of time at which a lease may be issued to a company. So that's a very high level overview. I've used all of my time. I apologize. There's a lot that we needed to communicate and a lot has happened in just the last few months. So thank you for listening. Maybe we have a few minutes for questions. I'll look to Lisa and or others.
Sure, we can take a few minutes if anyone's got some pressing questions. I would encourage you again to put them in the chat too, especially if they're complex, so we have some time to think about it and get you a really thoughtful response. But is there anything just burning in anyone's mind right now that they'd like to get on the table, since we have 2 folks here who are knee deep in the discussions? Okay.
Well, if you don't, you have our contact info, so please reach out if you do have questions.
Yep.
This is a complex process, and we are happy to kind of speak with you as much as you need so that you can understand it.
And we will be, as alluded to, we'll be in your neck of the woods on the south coast there from Newport down on that first full week of June. And so you'll be receiving that information from us shortly, letting you know what's happening and how to be involved and how to help spread the word. So, okay, well, everybody, that sounds great. Thank you, Jeff and Andy. Okay. Thank you, Jeff and Andy. And we're going to go on break now for lunch. We will reconvene on the Nosy at 1 o'clock and move through the rest of the day. Have a good lunch, everybody. And we'll talk to you soon. Now we're going to, thank you, Mandy. I always forget. So now we are going to jump into the afternoon part of our agenda. Again, if any questions came up, you know, as you were eating or moving through the early part of the afternoon and you want to make sure that they get answered, just pop them in the chat. I am sorry that this is such a compressed timeline. On one hand, we want to make it really interesting and keep things flowing. So hopefully we haven't shortchanged people in terms of, asking us questions or providing comments, but we are always available. So we're going to kick off now with the afternoon part. And we have first up on our agenda, Claire, to talk about one of our exciting grant program funding opportunities, grant programs, and then public access. So she's got two, so we're going to have her for about 20 minutes. So Claire, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great, thanks. Let me share my screen. Hopefully everybody had a chance to get some lunch, go for a brisk walk. Hopefully aren't too sleepy this afternoon, but these are kind of some fun topics. So hopefully keep your interest. I'm gonna start off, like Lisa said, to talk about a funding opportunity from NOAA called the Coastal Zone Management Habitat Protection and Restoration Funding. And I'm highlighting this because we are coming up to the next round of application cycle. So I wanted to be sure to highlight this for you all. The reason why we are engaged with this funding is it originates as some of the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was given to NOAA for climate resilience funding. And you heard a bunch of different funding opportunities this morning from Lisa that she mentioned, but there is a particular one that NOAA earmarks for coastal management programs to do climate resilience through habitat protection and restoration. So since Oregon's coastal management program is housed within DLCD, that agency, our agency, doesn't own or manage land. So we don't necessarily have our own projects. So we opened up that funding opportunity to our coastal partners, such as all of you, to be able to apply through us for that particular funding opportunity. So I'm going to go over just briefly a high-level overview of what can be funded through this program to give you an idea of what this is about. So the purpose of this funding is really to increase resilience through some landscape scale, again, restoration, conservation, habitat protection in the coastal zone. And they also look to highlight and prioritize underserved coastal communities, as well as those most vulnerable to climate impacts. This program is funded for about 5 years, and they have just over $200 million for that 5-year time period. In the first year, about $50 million was awarded nationally, and Oregon received just over $2 million for an acquisition project with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians to acquire land. And then the second year, we just were notified of awards, and Oregon was awarded almost $7 million for 2 projects. They were both acquisitions. One is another acquisition with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, as well as ODFW received funding for an acquisition that they applied for. And the total awards for year 2 is a little bit higher, nearly $60 million in this year 2. And so I'm going to highlight, we're moving into the year 3 funding. So you can apply for 3 sort of different project types. You can apply for on-the-ground habitat restoration projects. You can apply for habitat restoration planning, engineering, design, permitting, those types of things. That would be a separate, different application. And you can also apply for land conservation projects, so land purchases. One eligibility criteria is that all projects need to be implemented on publicly, non-federal, public-owned lands. So like the restoration projects, or if you're doing planning, those have to occur on non-federal public lands. But
Nonprofits can be a partner. They can be the ones doing the work, receiving the money, but the land that it's being done on, again, publicly owned. And for acquisition projects, only a non-federal public entity can be the holder or purchaser of land. So that the land has to be eventually held by that non-federal public entity. Just to keep in mind for projects. Some other eligibility, it needs to be within our coastal zone, which is quite large. All of you are already within that, so no problem there. A project would need to be, the goals of a project would need to be highlighted in some sort of state or regional conservation plan. And again, eligible applicants, generally non-federal public entities, federally recognized Indian tribes, nonprofits, and state agencies and local and regional governments can all apply through us. And we are limited to submit only 3 applications, as well as every other coastal state. They limit applications to only 3. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. And then for acquisition projects, they look to have a public benefit of some sort of passive public access offered through that acquisition. Briefly about budgets and amounts that you can apply for. Each project can ask up to $6 million. NOAA does sort of provide some ranges for the different project types. It's not a hard, fast range requirement, but it kind of gives you the scope and scale kind of idea of what NOAA is looking for. So the planning side of things is around $200,000 to $500,000 per project. Restoration, they're looking for large-scale restoration projects, so on the upper end of that $6 million maximum. And acquisitions, also, significant acquisitions. So those can be, high range as well. This funding does require that you meet the Buy America, Build America requirements, just to consider in your budget development, which is where you have to source certain types of construction materials in the US. And then one of the highlights of this funding opportunity is that no match is required. Pretty unique opportunity here. So no match is required, and that they do look for cost sharing as one of their sort of criteria in their evaluation of applications. But that's like leverage funds, can be partners funds, can be a wide range of opportunities of other efforts going into your project, but no formal match is required. And then generally, each project can be up to a 3-year project time period to complete your project. And for restoration projects, you can request an additional year specifically for restoration monitoring and get that funded as well. So some really great opportunities. Some of the program priorities that they are looking for, again, this is focused around climate resilience through habitat improvements. So really looking to strengthen protection of key land and water areas, protecting and restoring high quality coastal habitats, increasing the connectivity to improve habitat, but also, same sense, preventing fragmentation, and maintaining species or habitat diversity. They also look to distribute funding geographically amongst all the coastal states, as well as through the different project types. So they do fund like all 3 of those project types each time. And again, looking at leveraged funding and really how your projects helps to advance equity and inclusion. Now, these are estimated dates based on current information that NOAA has provided. So these may change, but NOAA right now is indicating that they're going to release their notice of funding opportunity on June 17th, which kicks off the timeline here. They have a two-step process, but first step is submitting a letter of intent, and then they invite back those that best meet their criteria to submit a full application. And again, because you have to apply through the Oregon Coastal Management Program, and we are limited to only submit 3 applications, we have sort of an internal decision-making process. So your letters of intent would be due to DLCD about 30 days after the NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity, is released. So that would be about July 17th. We have a review team that will help evaluate those letters of intent, so that we then by August 2nd choose the top 3. And then we have about a week to work with those 3 partners to finalize those letters of intent and submit them to NOAA by August 15th. Then any projects that are invited to submit a full application, NOAA would probably notify us around October of that year. And at that point, DLCD is really a partner in helping support those partners that were invited to develop those full applications. So we work on that together, and those would be due January 9th of 2025. And NOAA would most likely notify of awards that spring, and a project start date for any awarded projects would be August of 2025, which might be helpful just in your thinking through project development of when a project start date would be. So I'm not going to go over these, but you'll get these slides. These are just some tips for applying for federal funding, but really I am a resource for you. So if you even have a remote idea of a potential project, feel free to reach out. I'm always available and able to help you think through projects. If this is could be a good funding source to apply for, if there are other funding sources that might also align with your project. So please feel free to reach out to me. This is my contact information, and this is the website within DLCD's webpage that provides all this information, plus a bunch of other information and resources. So you can find that on our webpage. Does anybody have any quick questions on that? And just chime up, because I don't know if I can see everybody. Not hearing any. So I will move on, kind of a little shift in gears. Lisa mentioned that I'm also going to talk about coastal public access. So shifting gears here. I mostly wanted to highlight 2 resources that are going to be coming out shortly for you all to hopefully use and benefit from. So one is a coastal public access guide for local government planners. This should be, it's already been developed and should be in final published format, hopefully here soon. So watch your inboxes. We'll be emailing that out to everybody. And this guide was really created through the help of a coastal access advisory team members that were part of these different organizations or entities and tribes, and really helped guide what content would be in this guide, as well as provided a lot of review and feedback to create the final version. So thanks to all of those folks who participated. And really quick, some of the content within this guide is there's some policy background, kind of federal, state policy that impacts public access here in Oregon, as well as government-to-government tribal engagement policies. Back in 2022, we did a public survey around the public's thoughts on Oregon's coastal access at that time. So we highlight some of the key themes that came out of that survey. There's a planning guidance chapter that highlights Goal 17, where most of our statewide coastal access policy language is housed within. We provide you some model coastal shoreland public access comprehensive plan policy language. If you are updating your goal 17, there's some great options in there that you can enhance your public access policies. And then we talk about DLCD does a every 10 years does an inventory of all of the public access sites along the coast. So it talks about that, as well as tribal consultation in this effort. We have an entire chapter on tribal engagement guidance and really things to consider when you're engaging with tribes. And it's focused on public access, but you could also apply that to other topics as well. And we also have a chapter on disability access and accessibility guidance. So things to consider there, a bunch of tools and resources for increasing accessibility in your public access sites. And then the other tool that I'm going to highlight today is this mapping tool. So I'll do that in a second, but the guide has a lot of resources and information about that tool. And then there's a bunch of appendices of additional resources, and one of them is a fairly extensive list of funding opportunities for public access. And then really quick, I'm going to highlight some of the features of the online mapping tool for you, just to give you a little wet your whistle so that you can be excited to maybe check this out as well. If you've looked at Oregon's Coastal Atlas in the past, that is where this tool will be housed or is housed. And so the format may look familiar to you. This is the city of Bandon, just to highlight a particular piece of the coast here for some of these tools. So you can see the triangles are existing access locations. In that inventory we do every 10 years, we actually collect quite a bit of information. So this is to highlight some areas that may have some undeveloped infrastructure or amenities. So you can kind of see where there may be some areas to make improvements that may have undeveloped. So it's like boating access. It might be underdeveloped disability access infrastructure or other basic access infrastructure, which are things like parking or bathrooms or things like that. So just ways to show you some of that information. You can see different administrative boundaries like UGBs or statutory vegetation line and actual vegetation lines. We included a bunch of different demographics of the Oregon coast. These are from some of the Justice 40 EPA's demographic information, and also about disadvantaged communities, persons with disabilities, different socioeconomic indicators, and also health indicators. So you can see how those overlap with where public access is offered. We also highlighted or provided the data layers for our sea level rise information. So you can see how that might impact public access, as well as the tsunami evacuation zone. So this could be for the public access sites, but also thinking through access off the beach and on the beach for emergency services. We provided zoning layers, different base maps, so you can have aerial photos or other topographic maps. And then there's some drawing tools. You can upload data layers, you can download all of this, you can draw and add additional information, you can create, just draw on the map and create new sites if there's something missing, things like that. So lots of great tools. You can do searches, all sorts of things. There's another quick one that starts high level, thinking about distance between access sites. So like here's an access site and there's an access site, and you can see the red dots are like the furthest point from those two. So you can kind of scale back and high level see where there may be gaps. This is not sort of ground truth, so there may be a good reason why there's a gap, but it helps you just start to think about where there may be gaps in access sites. And then we also have habitat information like state marine managed areas, as well as some ODFW data around, thinking about concentrations of species of concern. So that was a really quick overview, but hopefully highlighting those things. So once that comes to your inbox, you'll recognize that and check out those resources. So anything public access, you can reach out to me or especially Meg Reed, who is our Goal 17 knowledge expert within the coastal management program. So any questions on that, you guys can reach out to us. Does anybody have any other questions before?
Did you see the chat, Claire?
Oh, no.
Could local governments, tribes use this funding to acquire land, to create mitigation banks or in lieu fee projects? I don't think so, but maybe.
Yeah, mitigation is tricky, but Jerva, we can maybe connect offline if you have a specific project that we can talk about.
That would be great. Thanks, Claire. I'll get in contact. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great. Well, I will do the segue to our next topic, Lisa, if you don't mind, because they're on my slide deck. So just tied to public access, we wanted to provide you an update around recreational immunity. And so Meg is going to provide us all with an update.
Great, thanks, Claire. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the coastal policy specialist here at DLCD in the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And the last time we met with you all, we talked a little bit about this topic of recreational immunity, because at the time a court case had just happened and there was some concern about public access, especially on the coast. So I wanted to just give an update. Some of you might have known about this a little bit before. And Claire, if you could go back one just for a second. So just a little bit of background. What is recreational immunity? And first, to start out, I should also caveat that we are not lawyers and we cannot provide you with legal advice. So if you have specific questions on this topic, you should definitely reach out to your legal counsel for specific advice. So first, what is recreational immunity? It is a statute, ORS 105, and it's a statute that provides some protection to owners of recreational land. It provides that a landowner is not liable for injury, death, or property damage when their land is used for recreational purposes at no charge. And so that's like the general gist of the law. And then recently there was a Court of Appeals case, Fields versus the City of Newport, and that struck down some of the pieces of recreational immunity regarding paths and trails. So really getting to a recreational site. And it was sort of about this idea of improved trails not being covered by the liability, but that the law only protected unimproved access trails. So this raised some liability concerns for local governments and others around improved access ways and trails, and many beach access points fall under this category. And as Claire just mentioned, Goal 17, the Coastal Shorelands Goal, and other land use goals have provisions around protections to the public's right to access the shoreline. So there is some overlap between recreational immunity and and beach access. And then after that court case went through, there was some numbers thrown out by the Oregon Coast Visitors Association that estimated at least 22 trails were closed on the Oregon coast because of the fear of liability and litigation. So Claire, if you can go to the next slide, please. So in the 2024 short legislative session, there was a lot of momentum for the legislature to kind of address this issue, at least in the short term, to try to allay these concerns and fears about liability. And so the legislature passed and the governor signed a temporary stopgap measure. It's known as Senate Bill 1576. There were a lot of different provisions within that bill, but recreational immunity was one of them. And it does grant recreational immunity to landowners, which includes local governments, from lawsuits when people are injured while using public trails and access ways. The measure sunsets at the end of actually, I think it's at the beginning of the end of the next legislative session, long legislative session, which would be January 2nd of 2026. And the reason for the temporariness of this is that there is an understanding that will give lawmakers enough time to write a longer term fix during the long legislative session. So specifically what is in the bill, it does add a definition for local government, and it does include cities, counties, and special districts. It defines immunity from liability to cities with a population of 500,000 or more from personal injury or property damage resulting from use of a trail in a public easement or an unimproved right-of-way, or from use of structures in the public easement or unimproved right-of-way by a user by foot or other non-motorized conveyance. And then a local government that is under the 500,000 population, so all of you, right, most of Oregon really, can pass a ordinance, resolution, rule, order, or other regulation to opt into that liability. So the protection for the liability from recreational immunity can apply to any local government through their own ordinance, resolution, or rule. And this can cover like the local government, its employees and agents, officers, landowners abutting the public easement, or nonprofits who are hired to kind of construct and maintain trails or structures. One of the most important pieces of this measure is that it did expand the definition of recreational purposes to include walking, running, and bicycling in the list of outdoor activities. It's a list that says includes but is not limited to, so it's not an exhaustive list, but a lot of the court case kind of centered around this issue of intention of someone who is using a trail and whether that intention is for recreational purposes or for something like commuting or getting somewhere else. So that was helpful in having walking, running, and bicycling added to that list. And it did amend the statute to extend immunity to all paths, trails, roads, water courses, or other rights of way, but while being used by a person to reach land for recreational purposes for both unimproved and improved rights of way. So I think that was another big piece of the legislation that clarified that the law is covering both unimproved trails to the beach as well as improved trails to the beach. So again, all of those sunset on January 2nd, 2026. And with the understanding that there would be a long-term solution found during the next long legislative session. And the stated outcome from those involved in this process has been that there would be a work group convened with multiple parties and perspectives to work out this long-term solution, but we do not yet know what that looks like. But I should have an update soon. One of our legislative government relations staff people is meeting on that topic later today, so I should have more to share on what those next steps look like. But that is the goal, the intention. So that is all I have, but happy to take any questions if there are any. Clear as mud, I'm sure. And yeah, I think skipping would probably be included, but it's not specifically listed.
Anything? Oh, skipping. All right. Well, thank you very much again. Any questions pop up as you're sitting here mulling things over, feel free to throw them in the chat. And as always, you can always reach out to Meg or Claire. Thank you very much, you guys. And we will move into the next Agenda item then, which is Rhiannon and beaches and dunes mapping, along with some examples of some Goal 18 exceptions.
Thanks, Lisa. Again, I'm Rhiannon Bazor. I'm the Coastal Shore Specialist. For those of you who I haven't met yet, and for those of you who I have worked in the past, hello again. So like Lisa said, I'll be giving some updates on Goal 18 work that's been going on recently, as well as just a quick reminder of what Goal 18 aims to provide for our beaches and dunes across the Oregon coast. And I have my email down at the bottom there. But you are welcome to reach out to me after this if you want to connect about any of these or other issues as well too. So just as a reminder, Goal 18 covers beaches and dunes along our coast and has two main aims. One, to conserve, protect, and where appropriate, develop, and where appropriate, restore the resources and benefits of our coastal beaches and dunes. And also to reduce the hazard to human life and property from both natural and from human-induced actions associated in these areas. And so most of you who have worked on Goal 18 issues or who will work on these issues in the future are probably most accustomed to Goal 18 issues having to do with either dune grading activities or with the eligibility or placement of shoreline protective structures along our properties here. So one of the main requirements of Goal 18 is to have an inventory of the beaches and dunes that both identifies and designates the uses and the policies, as well as where the features are. Also, these inventories must describe the stability, movement, and groundwater resources, hazards, and values of the beaches and dune areas for both planning and management uses. And any beach and dune areas that are adjacent to coastal waters, those inventories should also address the inventory requirements from Goal 17, which is the Coastal Shorelands Goal. So in the past, these inventories have relied upon maps that were created in 1975. As you can imagine, the conditions have changed quite a bit, as well as our technology and our ability to map these features since 1975. And so Dogami has been working over the past couple of years and is continuing to create new updated maps. And these will be used for the inventories and for comprehensive plan updates that we'll be working with all of the coastal jurisdictions on to implement these new maps, which I'll show you in just a minute, which look so much better and so much more detailed, very exciting work. And so we'll work with all of you to implement those into comprehensive plans as they are updated. So as promised, these are a couple examples. This is from Coos Bay of the updated maps that Dogami is working on right now. So Coos County, the mapping has been completed and the report for that section of the coast is nearly finished. Douglas County and Lane County are being mapped currently, and those are both almost completely done. Clatsop County is up next and mapping has begun there. We have already talked with folks from Clatsop County about implementing this into their their comprehensive plan updates that are currently in the works right now. And then Lincoln and Curry counties will be next up for the mapping. And Tillamook was actually completed prior to this section of the project as kind of a pilot project. And so those maps are already completed and implemented into their comprehensive plans as of now. Oh, and I'll say real quick on this as well too. So we have an advisory committee that is meeting quarterly. Our next meeting will be in the next month. And so keep an eye out if you are already on that advisory committee, keep an eye out for that invitation. And if you are interested in joining that advisory committee, please reach out to me or anyone on our team and we can make sure that you're included in those invites going forward too. Moving on to Goal 18 exception process for Highway 101. So just recently in the past couple of years, an exception process has been created for Goal 18 for public roads that are ocean fronting. So ODOT, as well as OSU, Dogami, and the Federal Highway Administration in 2023 completed a an assessment for Highway 101 coastal hazard vulnerability and risk assessment. Excuse me, sorry, I just have a little cough. For mitigation prioritization. This study highlighted emergent risk areas on Highway 101 that were most at risk for different coastal hazards. So this work, which you can see on the right, they had chosen a few different representative areas to do these studies. And this will be the basis for taking on a programmatic county by county approach to applying for Goal 18 exception. And the purpose of this, which they'll be working on with DLCD as well as OPRD and other state agencies, as well as the local jurisdictions as well too. The aim of this is to have these exceptions in place prior to having an emergency situation occur along Highway 101. And that way we can help minimize hazards and impacts and have a plan in place and have these exceptions already in place so that then permitting and project implementation can occur in a more timely fashion. And so again, this is pretty early days for this work. We've been meeting with ODOT pretty regularly, but as a plan emerges for which county they're going to start off with, you'll start to hear more from ODOT as well as from us and OPRD too. So keep an ear out for that, but do expect to hear more from this in the future from us as well too. So with that, I will take any questions, and I apologize again for my voice, losing it as we speak.
So Rhiannon, we do have a question in the chat. Ooh, interesting question.
I can try to answer if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. So Goal 18 really just applies to the beaches and dunes. So like in Depot Bay, it's just like rocky cliffs generally. So if there was like a situation where someone was applying for shoreline armoring, it would be like probably a case by case determination. Like if it's truly just like a rocky area, then Goal 18 doesn't apply. But if it's on the beach and is like going to impact the beach, then it still would. And there would probably be like a conversation needed to happen between the city and OPRD and us as well. So I think it'd probably be a case by case determination, Kit.
Thanks, Meg. Yeah, we don't have anything, pending, or we're not expecting anything, but it just occurred to me that I know we don't address Goal 18 in our comp plan.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum that sort of happens in these rocky areas. It's like similar in Yachats and other places like that too.
Is there any guidance in Goal 17, Meg, that they could look to?
There is in Goal 17, which applies in all areas that are adjacent to coastal waters. There is a provision that requires anyone to look to non-structural and land management strategies first before going to structural. So, like a setback or like a cobble revetment or dune building, vegetation, something like that to help with flooding and erosion issues before going to riprap or a seawall or a bulkhead or something like that. So that would apply in this case too. That's a good point, Lisa. So definitely apply in Depot Bay and everywhere else too.
Good. Thanks, Meg. Thanks, Kit. Any other questions for me? And again, I'm always happy to have, Melissa?
I just wanted to comment that Tillamook County loves our new maps. They're amazing. We really appreciate you guys letting us pilot that project. So when the rest of y'all start getting these digitized maps, they are incredible for planning purposes. So thank you guys again for helping us get those adopted.
We love to hear that. Thank you, Melissa. That's great. And good news to pass on to the rest of the counties as well. So you have that to look forward to. All right. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. I don't know if I could make the switch, Melissa, after having looked at those maps for so long. Let's see. So next up, we're going to hear from Meg again. Oh, I'm sorry, Moses. Moses is joining us now for the Estuarine Resilience Action Plans. And we alluded to those a little bit earlier, the past ones, and we're going to hear a little bit of a recap from him on that, and then where he's going right now.
Yeah.
I'll
Thank you,
hand it
Lisa.
over to you, Moses. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. Again, Michael Moses, Estuarine Resilience Coordinator. So I'll try to zip through this and keep us on track. So for those of you who don't know about what I've been up to, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on. And so I'm supported by a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant. It's part of their Coastal Resilience Fund, which focuses on, of course, fish and wildlife habitat and enhancing coastal resilience using nature-based solutions. So, you know, green infrastructure type projects, reconnecting waterways, restoring tidal wetlands, that kind of thing. So I've been leading a process for the last few years that aims to engage local folks, interested parties, stakeholders, governments, what have you, up and down the coast to develop some action plans that are centered around estuarine resilience and trying to identify where these opportunities are. So I just recently, well, kind of not so recently now, but I just finished up this first process. It was our pilot effort in Tillamook and Coos counties. We wrapped that up late last year. And that was a really great process, despite all the COVID interruptions and everything at the beginning. But, you know, really helped us cut our teeth on that. And now I'm doing it again in Lincoln and Lane counties. So I'll tell you a little bit about what the process looks like and what we're hoping to get out of it. So the approach that we're using is to engage, like I said, local jurisdictions, other interested parties, whether that's local governments, the cities, the counties, state and federal agencies, the local tribes, nonprofit organizations, the watershed councils, what have you, and engage them in this planning effort. So we have some local steering committees for each county that help direct and guide and shape the process so that it's really tailor-made for each jurisdiction. But also so that they can represent what the local needs and concerns are when it comes to coastal resilience, natural hazards, and everything related to the estuaries. Because, you know, I don't necessarily know what's going on in your backyard, so I really need folks like you guys to kind of tell me what that is so that we can help try and piece it together and paint a picture of vulnerability. So we're partnered with all these different folks, and I also have some folks in my back pocket at the universities. So for Tillamook and Coos, we were assisted by the Institute for Policy Research and Engagement at the U of O. That really helped us with a companion effort for the Coos estuary. And this time around, I'm being assisted by Oregon State University Extension Service and Oregon Sea Grant folks that are lending some capacity there and possibly down the road some tools and resources for it. But we're leaning as much as we can on all the great planning work that you've all participated in the past, as well as other data information, tools, resources, everything out there that we can kind of pull into to really get an understanding of where the sensitivities and vulnerabilities are in these areas, and then start to plan out some specific actions for them. And I do want to say too, there's this process, there's nothing regulatory in nature about it. There's no policy application here. This is all on a voluntary goodwill basis to try and get folks to coalesce some of their energies around planning and thinking for the future, so that, you know, when kind of these other big planning efforts come up, your comprehensive planning, natural hazard mitigation plans, estuary management plans, when those processes come up, you kind of already have a sense of like who you need to reach out to and connect with, where some of the vulnerabilities are, and what some of the opportunities are in your local estuarine areas that you could really focus your attention and efforts on. So, you know, just real quick, the study area for the current process, Lincoln and Lane County estuaries. Here's all the major estuaries that we all know and love. You can see there, there's some dark and light blue areas. The light blue areas, you know, that there's no water there necessarily, but I just wanted to highlight these are where we might expect water to be given different scenarios, you know, sea level rise down the road in a few decades, or maybe one in a 500-year flood events or major storm surge or something like that. It kind of gives us a sense of like where we might be, the areas we might be looking in, rather than just where the water is currently. to start to think about and plan these projects. And in some of these areas, it's where the water used to be, as you well may know. And so we're looking for opportunities to maybe reconnect some of that tidal function to the estuary. So we also, think even more broadly than this. Sometimes it goes in further upriver or into the upland areas. If there's some downstream impacts that we can kind of demonstrate reasonably on the estuary, think, like clear-cut logging and things like that, that might have an impact, and see if we can plan for that. And so you might wonder, why are we just focusing on estuaries? Why not do the whole coast? Well, it's really just kind of, me in terms of DLCD kind of leading this process. And so in order to not bite off more than we could chew, we just wanted to focus our planning efforts. But you can see here in this tool, it's a composite of threat indices on the coast. And so like the darker red, the greater the threat. And so the estuaries really popped out to us. And it's also where the majority of the coastal population is situated. So, to get the biggest bang for our buck, I figured let's just focus on the estuaries for now and highlight where some of these issues are, and we can worry about the rest down the road. So there's two main components to this effort. One is a vulnerability assessment, and then later is the adaptation strategy. So part of the vulnerability assessment that we do is a lot of outreach and engagement in the communities with individuals and organizations. We do this through emails, phone calls, surveys. We just did a series of listening sessions in Lincoln and Lane County, both in person and online, and then individual interviews for other folks that I can't quite catch. So I know some of you have already talked to, some of you you might be hearing from me soon. And then the next part of the vulnerability assessment is to look at all the data, the tools, the mapping, the resources, the literature that's out there, try and synthesize all that to paint the picture of vulnerability so that we understand what it looks like for each of these jurisdictions. Then later in the process, we will develop out some specific actions that our steering committees are willing to support, and kind of bring that back to the communities through a series of workshops to say, okay, here we heard you about all the vulnerabilities. Does this sound right? And here's some things we're thinking about doing, whether it's a habitat restoration or pulling out an old tide gate or upgrading to fish-friendly culvert, something like that, and try to get some community feedback on it, and ostensibly a little bit of their buy-in to check a few boxes for NOAA, so that really helps our project partners later when they go to submit their grant applications for these projects. They can say that they've kind of already walked through all these steps in a state and NOAA approved process. So here's the general timeline for the current process. We started last fall. We're running through the end of May of next year in a multi-phase process. So we just wrapped up the end of phase 1, basically, with our listening sessions that we just ran. Now we're kind of moving into the digging into the data and literature phase, and also at the same time starting to plan out what some of these resilience activities are going to be, whether they're structural or non-structural or some sort of hybrid in the middle. And so we'll be doing that planning over the spring, summer, and into the fall when we'll have those adaptation workshops. So you probably are already on my contact list if you're a coastal planner or other city officials. So if you haven't heard from me already, I'll make sure to try and include you, especially if you can send me a note or something, say you want to be on my list. But we'll aim to have those adaptation workshops this fall, and then we'll be just completing the draft write-up through next winter and spring. So this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I'm talking about resilience actions. So we just have like a living spreadsheet, like what you see here. This is from the Tillamook process. We were able for Tillamook and Coos to identify 72 different adaptation actions. In Tillamook, we were really able to organize by all the different estuaries and locations. You can see we identify, who's going to lead it, who's going to be involved, what's the current status. And you see these green columns there. That was a prioritization process that we iteratively did with all of our steering committees and our partners. And there's many more columns to the right here with additional details, like where's the money going to come from, and what are some of the anticipated benefits and things like that. So this is what we're trying to develop right now for Lincoln and Lane counties over the next year and a half or year or so. And so Lisa did mention that we put in a big eye-popping grant for the NOAA Coastal Regional Resilience Challenge. It was their track 2. So this is for like the earth moving kind of funding, and we took a suite of 8 of those projects that we identified through the Tillamook and Coos ERAP process, and we proposed those to NOAA to fund. It included projects in 5 estuaries, at least 9 creeks, hundreds and hundreds of acres. I was trying to add it up, and I lost track at like 300 some acres. And you know, some of these projects are really like big landscape scale transformational type change projects. So you can see on there like the Sitka Sedge project in Sand Lake. See if we can get some movement on that, if we, you know, can reinvigorate it with some funding, or like the Winchester Creek acquisition and prescribed burning down in South Slough in Coos Bay, things like that. So it involved many, many different partners: Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, South Slough, Coquille Watershed Association, Coastal States Organization, and many OCMP partners. So fingers crossed, we should find out, I think end of May, beginning of June sometime, whether or not we're going to get funded for that. And so, you know, what are our next steps? Well, we completed Tillamook and Coos in 2023. Right now, we're running Lincoln and Lane through May of 2025. And then trying to write the grant right now for to NIFWIF we're thinking Douglas and Curry counties maybe next, and see what we can do there, and you know, try and tailor it for the specific needs of that region, to see if we can kind of create some and support some capacity down there to continue resilience planning partnerships. So, and that's all I have for you.
All right. Any questions? You guys are just kind of right in the middle of the fire hose here. There's a lot of information that you've received from everybody. This work that Moses is doing is really exciting, and just being able to see so quickly some of the benefits of having this done by being able to pull that large grant together is really exciting, and I just think goes to put a exclamation point on how much value this type of planning can add to your opportunities to access funds that otherwise might not be available to you. So
yeah, and I do want to say too, Lisa, if I can, that, you know, it wasn't just that big grant. There's been other actions, like, there was a number of other projects that have received funding from other sources, OWEB, NIFWIF, that kind of thing, and they're moving forward and advancing towards completion. So I just want to point that out for everybody that, you know, but this is the kind of thing we're trying to help folks do.
Yeah, excellent point, Moses. Even more importantly, because those are more readily available dollars that people can access. And so, yeah, absolutely. Well, you got a compliment in the chat there. Excellent and amazing work, Michael. And to the counties and to the counties that participated and are participating, and will hopefully we will be successful in bringing on board in the next round. So, all right. Well, again, put any chats in the chat box if something pops up. So we're going to move into our sea level rise project with Clatsop County, and it's going to be led by Carl. Take it away, Carl.
Hey everyone, thanks for sticking with me. I'm going to move through this process I've been doing in Clatsop County, and hopefully can make a point of how we can share this with other counties to do. So if everyone is seeing my screen up here.
Correct.
Excellent. Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Carl Hendrickson. I'm a NOAA Coastal Management Fellow. I've been with DLCD since August of 2022, and I'm actually wrapping up here in the next 3 months in August coming up. And I've had a huge amount of help from Rhiannon, Meg, Chris, and Tanya on this project. So shout out to them as well. So we've been looking at sea level rise in Oregon, which we know comes with a number of flavors: bluff erosion, infrastructure impacts, and transportation flooding. So we know we're feeling the impact of floods and sea level rise related to that. And so to address that, we've created some new tools to help local jurisdictions handle this. Among that toolkit is the Impact Explorer, Impact Assessment Tool, and our Planning Guide for Coastal Oregon. So I'm going to dive right into those. First up is our Sea Level Rise Impact Explorer. So this is a web-based mapper where you can see different sea level rise related hazards, erosion, data from Dogami, velocity zones from FEMA, and different sea level rise estimates. On different parts of the coast, it's different levels of sea level rise. So here in Seaside, we're looking at 1.5 feet of sea level rise plus a 100-year or 1% storm event. In Columbia River, we're looking at a different level, and in smaller estuaries, we're still gaining that data, but it goes all the way down the coast. This is an example from Yaquina and from Coos Bay. So we've got this for the whole coastal region, and you can see some of these different assets already mapped, parks, schools, treatment plants, bridges. So all these important assets is what we're looking to add to this map to understand where sea level rise intersects with those. So to do that, I have been doing an extensive outreach effort in Clatsop County. We held a number of workshops in Seaside, Arch Cape, Cannon Beach, Lewis and Clark, and Brownsmead. We also realized we needed to engage the youth on this, so we met with all of the high schools and the community college in the county. And to continue more outreach, we've held a bunch of events at various breweries, the Latinx Heritage Festival in Seaside, just trying to really get the word out and engage with community members about how sea level rise will impact them. So what do these workshops and outreach look like? You know, it's really asking communities, what is important to you and why is it important? What does sea level rise look like in every community? It's going to be different based on your geography, on your ocean conditions, and on your river conditions. All of those play a role in flooding. What is at risk in your community when we talk about sea level rise flooding, and how would you cope with that? So do you find alternative routes to places when roads flood? Do you have an alternative pharmacy that you go to, or are you really cut off during some of these flood events? So we're trying to tease that out in communities. To do so, we printed out some maps and we had folks write on them, you know, where are these impacts? This is an example from Cannon Beach. We gave folks little worksheets, some homework to do during these workshops, to figure out what is important to them and again, why. And we recorded a lot of these conversations during the workshop process. And then these little green sticky dots were opportunities for folks to really put an exclamation mark. So, you know, you can see things around Haystack Rock and Cannon Beach, the Wayside, that's a beach access point, some of these really important things. So we collected a lot of information in all these workshops. And with that, we plug that into our impact assessment tool. So this is an example, as you can see over here, but the idea is that on these different tabs, you score them based on how many sea level rise hazards they're exposed to, based on what type of people are using that asset, maybe how much damage would a flooding event do. So these different scores are tabulated at the end, and you get this assessment of, you know, what's really at risk versus what is kind of at risk, but maybe the impact isn't as large, so it's not as much of a priority. Again, just a way to prioritize these. Everything is important to a community, but we can't do everything all at once, so we need to have priorities. So to give you an idea, we did this in Arch Cape, and this is a list of just some of the things that they mentioned. You can see highlighted here, I would say the number one thing we heard in this, Arch Cape is a relatively isolated coastal community. Highway 101 is their access to pretty much all goods and services. And through our scoring, that came out at number one. So this kind of proves this is a good approach to understanding what is most at risk to a community. The next most important things were beach access points, really a big part of that community. Their treatment plants and lift stations, their water. And so, you know, we think this process is doing a good job of highlighting the important aspects of sea level rise impacts in the community. So once we know what these most highest priority issues are, we turn to our tool number 3, our sea level rise planning guide. Again, this is a living document. So you can see up here, it says version 1. My fellowship has taught us a lot of lessons about how to use this. So we'll see a new version coming out soon. And hopefully with this toolkit, we can turn here from going straight to sea level rise impacts to turning to drier horizons in the future. So through this process we've been carrying out for the last almost 2 years, we have a number of outcomes for communities. We've got our inundation mitigation adaptation action plans, IMAPs. We had to make a catchy sounding abbreviation, and you can see maybe where we got this idea from. It looks pretty similar to the work that Moses did and his ERAPs. So we're running with that and, you know, trying to line up these different priority projects. How easy are they to implement? What's the impact they could have? What costs will they have? And we're identifying funding sources and different partners. So really similar process because it's working pretty well for Moses. We have also come up with a sea level rise community engagement guide. So We acknowledge that my fellowship has had a really great opportunity to do a deep dive on this. This has been my focus for almost 2 years. And not every community has that same access to capacity. So this guide is being designed to help communities step by step. How would you do this? How should you think about sea level rise? How should you educate your communities about a change that has really never happened before? How to do good engagement, how to be sensitive and persistent in this process, because it will take time. We've also got sea level rise impact maps. So this is Brownsmead, a small farming community along the Columbia River. And we're mapping out sea level rise here and some of these different structures and places in the community that are really important. So here we're really looking at water control structures, dikes, levees, and culverts, tide gates. But every community that we're working with, we're going to make one of these maps to really highlight where these important areas are. And then this is our toolkit. You can find it at coastalatlas.net/sea level rise. And again, my project is going to make some updates and recommendations to these different tools to make them as useful for communities as possible. And to that end, I really want to know, how can these be the most useful for you? So when you've seen some of these examples I've shown or heard about this process, if you want to do this, how do you think it would work in your county? What hurdles do you have to get over? How can we help ease this process to really get this community engagement done to understand sea level rise impacts as best we can? So I really encourage jurisdictions to reach out to me in the last 3 months of my fellowship if you are interested in this, and we can sort of take a closer look at what does sea level rise look for you? What do your communities look like? And how can we help you carry out this process in lieu of me being a fellow, but you and your community getting this done? So that was a fast way to try to get us back on track, and I welcome any questions or comments. Thanks.
So that was super fast. Thank you, Carl. It might belie just how much work has gone into this, but this has been a really big process with a lot of public engagement. It looks like Jevra has asked for you to put a URL into the chat.
I'm on it.
All right. And then everybody can grab that. Are there any other questions? Okay. All right. Well, we're really excited that Carl was able to get this project launched and working with us on moving this forward. His enthusiasm is contagious, and he if you ever need a lesson in how to network, follow Carl around, and you'll have an eye-opening experience. He is fantastic at getting people to the table, and it's pretty cool to watch. So this was part of his wrap up for his project. So getting the information out to people. So this is one of those. They'll be in front of LCDC in June, which is the Land Conservation and Development Commission, and then pulling his products together, which we will of course blast out to the world once they're done. But thank you very much, Carl, just in front of everybody. You've done a great job, and it's been, I think, a good learning experience for all of us as we've moved through this. And so I really appreciate the work you've done and the work that your support team has done, which also includes Brett in there. And
yes,
yeah, and yep, and you've got a great team behind you and helping you up. So this has been fantastic. It's been a fantastic experience for all of us. So thank you, Carl.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Appreciate everyone's help.
Now we're going to completely switch gears, although housing is certainly affected by sea level rise. And we are going to hear from, sounds like Sean Edging. Hi, Sean. And we talked a little bit in the beginning about all of the positions that have been coming up. And so housing is really where the bulk of them lie. And so I think Sean's update is going to take us a little bit through that, as well as where else housing is moving these days. So Sean, I'll pass it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. And thanks all for inviting me. So my name's Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner at DLCD. I should admit, I received this request maybe like a couple days ago, so I didn't quite have time to like prepare a full-on slide deck, but I know we only have 15 minutes, so I'll keep my kind of comments short, and we can maybe try to leave a little bit of time at the end for questions, knowing that what I talk about today, it's not going to be comprehensive. It's going to be kind of barely scratching the surface of what's going on. And I wanted to talk about two things. One is on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. This is a policy that many of you folks may have heard about that was passed in the 2023 session. And just to give a little bit of kind of like a reminder on what the background is and where we're at in the process, and of course how you can get engaged in that process as well. And then the second piece that I wanted to give an update on is on the recent legislative session. As you can imagine, the legislature cares a lot about housing. And this short session included, a series of bills aimed at housing. And the one that I'll talk about is the one that impacts our agency the most that Lisa kind of alluded to, which was the Governor's Housing Production Package, or Senate Bill 1537. So on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, I'll start with a little bit of a refresher. So a bill was passed in the 2023 legislative session. It was called House Bill 2001, which I know is a very confusing name because it also there's also a previous bill that related to middle housing. This is the new House Bill 2001. And what it impacts, and I'll share one graphic that I have prepared to this effect. It's all about the implementation of our statewide land use planning goal related to housing. That is Goal 10. And for those who, may not live and breathe this like we do it at the DLCD Housing Division, essentially what this goal articulates is this responsibility to plan for a variety of housing types within our communities and to facilitate, take actions to facilitate housing production, affordability, and choice. And without, there's a lot of details that go into what this bill did, but in short, it really changed it's one of the biggest updates to the implementation of this goal since the founding of the land use planning program back in the 1970s. In short, it changes it from what was kind of more of a narrow kind of land accounting exercise with a focus on the urban growth boundary and how much land we had within it, to a broader set of kind of responsibilities for both the state and for local governments to take actions to facilitate housing production, affordability, and choice. At the local level, this goal was kind of implemented through two primary documents. I have this kind of simplified Goal 10 graphic that kind of describes the basic process. But at the local level, this is primarily implemented between two planning requirements. One is called that housing capacity analysis. That's that kind of land accounting exercise that I mentioned. How much land do we have within our urban growth boundary to accommodate 20 years of need? And then also a housing production strategy. And you can think about this like an action plan. What are the actions that our city is planning on taking over the next however many years to facilitate housing production, affordability, and choice? It's beyond just zoning, beyond just land, and thinking about the tools, actions, policies, programs, anything that you do that's really in relationship to housing or affirmatively furthering fair housing. And so I won't go into a whole lot of the details of the policy. What you might have been noticing from your regional representatives is just a lot of information that's been flying around about the process that's underway, how you guys can get involved. I'll obviously post some links in the chat too for folks who would like to get a better understanding of what exactly we're doing. But there's a lot of different components on this that folks could be able to provide input on, be able to, get involved, to speak to different requirements that's happening in this space. One aspect of this that you might have seen in your inboxes recently is this methodology. One of the kind of changes, or one of the biggest changes in this policy, is the shift to this statewide process for estimating and allocating need. Essentially, when we kind of looked at the old Goal 10 system, we were always under planning for housing. In fact, many of you guys might experience this already, especially in a lot of coastal towns where there's a significant proportion of second and vacation homes that's never really been factored in, right? So we've always been kind of under planning for housing, especially subsidized affordable housing options. And one of the things that this methodology does is really kind of change that how we actually operationalize that. And there's kind of a process that's underway right now where the Department of Administrative Services is, kind of looking at how do we operationalize this, what methodologies do we use, that type of thing. There's some webinars coming up that I shared with Wei and Brett, and they've shared with their partners, of course, on the coast, to be able to kind of understand what that's looking like, how that's shaping up, how you can get involved and provide feedback on that. And that's something that, the Department of Administrative Services will kind of be considering as they operationalize this at the beginning of next year. Another aspect where folks might be able to get involved, and I'll paste some materials in the chat on this, is around our rulemaking. How are we implementing Goal 10, and what are we doing to kind of reorient it around these goals of production, affordability, and choice? And there's kind of different components of that. We essentially have these three major topic areas that we are underway right now. We have a rulemaking advisory committee, and we're kind of diving into the issues. How do we reorient Goal 10 towards these shared goals? There's different provisions around how we think about what our needed housing is. What housing do we need in our communities? How do we operationalize affirmatively furthering fair housing? It's this federal requirement to plan for access to different housing options, access to choice, and equitable outcomes. There's also other questions that we're asking too, in terms of how do we respond to, tracking outcomes over time, and how do we, identify when things aren't going well, right? If we are having barriers to production, affordability, and choice, what interventions can we have? What state and local barriers might exist that we can address and take actions to promote the development of housing? And then finally, there's this element related to the urban growth boundary that is really about how do we estimate capacity within our cities? How do we ensure that we have a sufficient amount of not just land, but also development-ready land that is serviceable with infrastructure, ready to go, ready to be annexed and developed with housing? And how do we also, when we identify this need for something like an urban growth boundary amendment, how do we make that process straightforward? How do we provide the tools to cities and give them the certainty and clarity they need to be able to get through that process readily, right? So all of these are questions that we're evaluating. There's a lot more that I'm not like I'm just barely scratching the surface on, and I don't want to take up too much time on this. So I'll definitely paste more. There's a lot of opportunities to get involved, and I really just wanted to kind of mention that. And I guess also maybe one point too, if that's not clear, I know a lot of our partners on the coast are smaller cities below 10,000. This population threshold is pretty important because those Goal 10 planning requirements that I mentioned previously, Goal 10 applies to all cities, but some cities, specifically those above 10,000 in population, are required to do it regularly on an 8-year schedule. One nuance to this is that there was a bill that was also passed in 2023 that was kind of on its own track that essentially was Tillamook County saying, this entire area and the cities within, they're going to be taking on Goal 10 work, similar to larger cities. So there's this kind of recognition of these cities as kind of operating in the same framework as larger cities above 10,000. But even with that, a lot of these elements still relate to smaller cities. How do we provide them the tools, resources, and supports they need to be able to facilitate and plan for housing within their communities? That's a big emphasis as part of this process. So please get involved. There'll be opportunities to be involved in kind of regional conversations in the future that our agency's planning, and we'll be communicating with the regional reps about, and we'll definitely want to be able to connect with you all and get a sense of implementation dynamics on the ground. So with that, I'm going to take a minute, maybe just to pause really quickly. I'm going to paste something in the chat just so folks know where to go to be able to find out more information. I want to pause for questions before I pivot and start talking about Senate Bill 1537, or maybe I should check in. Lisa, do we have time for that? Okay, great.
I think that's important, Sean.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No questions? Okay.
And please, if you do have questions, I'll also include our like our standard housing email in the chat as well. You're always able to reach out to us if you want to submit public comments. This is the place that you can do it. We have a full team of folks who are really diving into it, and they want to hear from practitioners on the ground for sure. All right, with that, I'm going to pivot to talking a little bit about the governor's housing production package. And this was, right, as I mentioned, a bill or a series of bills that was passed during the 2024 legislative session. And really the focus of this policy was about gearing up production, taking actions and investments to facilitate the production of housing in the coming years to really work towards a goal or a vision that's been stated by the governor to essentially increase production of housing, right? And as part of this, I won't go into all the details of the policy. There's a lot of nuance that goes into it. But I kind of want to speak to maybe 4 key points that were part of this policy overall that affect your guys' work on the ground, affect our agency, and I think are important to highlight. The first one, and this is something that affects DLCD, is this term, or I guess office, that's called the Housing Accountability and Production Office. And what this office is direction to our agency, DLCD, and the Building Codes Division, BCD, to enter into an interagency agreement and establish a joint office that is intended to provide kind of resources, support, technical expertise, guidance, funding to local governments, to housing developers, and everybody associated in the kind of housing development process to essentially address barriers to production, to understand the intersection of kind of local development regulations with state housing laws, things like clear and objective standards, things that I know a lot of you are already familiar with, and to provide guidance, right? Model codes, technical assistance, money to take on code amendments if we identify inconsistencies, that type of thing. So there's this element of, right, making sure that we are facilitating production and addressing development barriers in kind of local development processes. And there's this other component that's really related to this interagency coordination. What's DEQ doing? What's ODOT doing, right? Are there these different barriers that exist elsewhere in state governance that relate to the housing development process? And are we coordinating between those different agencies? So those are 2 processes that are going to be stood up in the coming years. We need to kind of, we just got this direction and now we need to hire a bunch of people. So that's kind of a big part of it. There's also other parts that our agencies kind of also starting to try to stand up, things like GIS support, analytical support, that type of thing, to be able to help local governments and provide resources for them. So that's one component of this policy. A second component of this policy is on infrastructure funding. One of the biggest themes that happened during this legislative session was this recognition by legislators that if we want to see production, there's got to be this funding to address the infrastructure deficiencies that local governments are facing on the ground. And so as part of this, there was this pretty significant appropriation to a lot of different local governments for different kind of infrastructure gap and barriers, right? So, wastewater treatment plants, or road improvements, or, any number of things that can be related to the overall development process. And I should mention, there's a little bit of drama that happened in the short session. There's some disagreements between the legislative and executive branches of government on how to do that. In fact, many of you guys in this room might not have recognized that there was this infrastructure conversation happening. And that's actually something that the legislature recognized and tasked our agency, DLCD. They gave us this direction to say, all right, we just decided to make these investments in infrastructure right now. We wanted to cut red tape, so we made these direct appropriations. But DLCD, go forth, have conversations with folks around the state, and come back to us with a series of considerations or recommendations on how we do this in the future. How do we ensure that we are making investments that align with our goals to increase production affordability and choice? This is direction we've just received. There's going to be we're in the planning stages. There's going to be a process to have these discussions about how do we invest limited infrastructure dollars to support the production of housing. We encourage, we'll be obviously sharing out information when those conversations happen. We encourage you guys to get involved. We definitely want to hear from all of you folks here, because we know that that's a huge issue. The third part that I'll talk about, there were a lot of small kind of temporary provisions that are intended to juice production in the near term. There's a lot of things related to like land use procedure or specific development standards or, attorney's fees, all of which kind of pose these like little barriers to housing. They have all these different provisions that kind of apply for a short period of time that are intended to kind of reduce some of those barriers in the near term to facilitate production of units. Something I should mention is the Housing Accountability and Production Office will be delivering much more comprehensive guidance on this in the months to come. On what to expect, how to apply these different requirements. Again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into detail on all the individual components. If you have questions, definitely let us know. We'd be happy to respond to those. And then the last one is on the urban growth boundary. So, right, as I mentioned, we have this process undergoing at DLCD on like how do we give cities the tools they need to be able to facilitate UGB amendments in response to need. One aspect of this policy is this kind of temporary provision that enables some flexibility around the UGB amendment process for a period of time, for up to 10 years, and it's a one-time option that cities can be eligible for. I won't go into all the details and the specifics, but there's essentially 3 pathways that it opens up. 2 of them are only available to certain cities if they meet certain criteria, and one's available to everybody. The first one is on an expedited UGB amendment. If a city meets certain kind of housing need and land need requirements, and they do some kind of comprehensive planning, there's a lot of requirements that go around it, they could essentially be eligible for a one-time, I believe, either 50-acre or 100-acre expansion to facilitate a mixture of affordable housing and market rate housing. So that's one option. A second option is essentially a smaller scale version of that. A city meeting the same need and like land need and affordability need requirements, they could be eligible for a smaller expansion of under 15 acres without as many of the planning requirements, but still with the affordability requirements. Again, I'm really high leveling it over here. And then the third one that's open to everybody is this thing called a UGB land exchange. This is something that exists in our administrative rules right now, but has these analytical requirements associated with it. And what this offers is, as an alternative to the expedited expansion, a city could consider doing an exchange, and it kind of eases some of the requirements around analysis related to that exchange, provided it happens on certain lands. There's details that are outlined in the statute, but it kind of makes that process a little bit easier to exchange lands if you have lands that might be buildable inside your UGB, but are kind of difficult to develop, for a variety of reasons. So that's kind of the overview of what's included in this housing production package. Again, I'm very lightly scratching the surface, just recognizing we have 15 minutes for this item. But with that, I also wanted to kind of pause and ask if folks have questions.
Everybody just understands it, right? It's all clear as day. Okay.
It's not. I know that. I know it's impossible to explain in 15 minutes, so I apologize.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, right. There was just a general comment while you were talking. So much needed. So much housing needed. Can't build homes without infrastructure.
And that is such a salient point. It was one of our top recommendations to the legislature when, after we had kind of done this ONA process in the last biennium. Definitely it's going to be a continuing piece. And I think what's exciting is now our agency has the opportunity to connect with local governments and really start evaluating how do we prioritize infrastructure to get to these goals.
Well, as Sean said, you can always reach out to anybody in the housing section, but you know Sean now, so he's a good person to start with. Dave Madison with Bay City said Bay City is interested in exploring a UGB expansion, so you'll probably be hearing from them at some point, Sean.
Yeah,
Yep, go ahead.
Something to expect in the coming weeks. We know that folks have questions about the expedited expansion or other elements of Senate Bill 1537. Right now, we're in kind of a question gathering phase. We're going to publish these kind of frequently asked questions related to different components of the bill. And we'd be happy to, obviously we're going to be sharing that out with folks. But if you have the questions, start thinking about those and start reaching out to us. We want to hear those so that we were able to, start providing guidance and support to local governments.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you very much for joining us, Sean. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from folks. I have no doubt.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Well, now we would have our break. We haven't really been sitting too long, but maybe too long for some folks. So how about just 5 minutes for everybody to just kind of get up, stand up, run to the loo, grab a glass of water, and then come back and we'll move into the roundtable and open it up to everyone else online. It's our turn to listen and take notes and make sure that we're giving you guys what you need. So let's be back at 2:30 and we'll get started on the last piece of this, all right? Thank you. Thank you, Mandy. Well, maybe we'll come back to Josh. Let's see, where else, what else do we have here? So, how about Coos? Got a number of folks from Coos.
Jill, are you
Yes.
available to speak right now? I know you're busy today.
Or someone from Coos, if Jill's busy. Well, you've got a whole room full of people.
I know, and they are just stepped out.
Oh, shortest roundtable ever. Okay, let's see.
I'm here.
Someone's here. Jill, is that you?
Awesome. From Tillamook County. If you need anything from here.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're thank you. We're heading up that way quickly. Any
Oh, I
anyone else?
see, Coos Bay, so Coos Bay is, there are staff from Coos Bay.
Okay.
It looks like Cassidy Carr with Coos County is here too.
Hey Lisa, that's just Jill. I just couldn't figure out how to get my thing off of mute. I lost the screen. Did you have a topic? I just walked back in right before you called my name. Did you have a topic you wanted us to talk about, or?
Well, what would, so, you know, usually these are in the in-person format, you know, you're just kind of sharing, trying to get feedback if you need it. I'd encourage that too. But if you have a chance at the end of your part to say if there's something you'd like to hear about, you know, that you, whether it's in advance of any meetings or at the next meeting, or more that you want to dive into, that'd be helpful too, but not till you're done sharing your sharing your piece.
So we finished our first round of our Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan successfully. No appeals. Thank you, Meg, for so much help. We are still trying to establish our technical advisory and citizen advisory groups. The city of Coos Bay has appointed their person for that, but we haven't had as many applications as we thought we would have. So I'm struggling a little bit to get those filled. Hoping to go out after we move. I don't know if I've discussed this before, but we're in a temporary office right now. We have been since our office renovation, because when we assumed the building program, it expanded our staff, and we went from a staff of 4 to 13. So we needed quite a bit more space. And so this week we are transitioning back finally to our other space. So I've kind of been in and out. So I was hoping that I was going to be in Bandon with Quay, but I didn't make it there, fortunately. So after we get all settled back in, we're going to start going out again and seeing if we can't drum up some more people to serve on those committees. And then I am excited to see the mapping for beaches and dunes. I'm super excited to see all that stuff come through. We look forward to updating our mapping and have been for a long time. So that's great to see. I have quite a few new staffers coming on. So if we could look at more educational, like years ago, we did planning 101 and planning 201, and maybe if that's available again, that would be very helpful. Mapping wise, we are enjoying all the mapping that Tanya worked so hard to put together for us. We are also looking at going out for new permitting software. we're not as happy with the state version of the Excella for building, mostly because it doesn't really talk very well with the planning and enforcement modules. So if anybody has any information on that, we want to make sure that we have good reporting tools for housing and such. And then I'm also on the resource advisory committee for the Goal 5 inventory project. So we're going into, I think it's our third meeting on that. That's been a great process. It's nice to hear how other people are treating cultural resources within their plans. And I think that in most ways, Coos County is probably a little bit more advanced in that field, but not always. So it's nice to hear the tools that other people are using. And I think that's a lot of information, but that's probably all I can think of off my head. So yeah, I think that was it. Just some more training. We'd like to see a little bit more training. And then we did that survey, I think, about mapping resources for you guys. And I was just curious also if you knew how that turned out and where that was going.
Great question. Anyone online that can answer that question? I did not issue that. So Tanya, maybe Randy?
I can speak to you a little bit, Lisa.
Yep, thank you.
I think that information is just was being collected to go into the big hopper of ideas that were helping to form the POP that the agency was putting in for increased GIS support in the future. So I think it'll be a little while before we see it turn into something. But it is all good information for the agency to be collecting. So
yeah, I'm in support of any additional GIS resources, especially because this program serves so many small entities that it's pretty valuable. So
yeah, I think we know that, and the agency is planning on scaling up a lot of GIS support in the next couple of years. So that's what they're hoping anyway.
thank you guys. Thanks for all the topics today.
Yep. Well, thank you for sitting with us through it. When you just so I make sure I understand, when you're talking about the land use 101, so back my goodness, now 6 years ago, we did a partnership with South Slough where we came down. Is that the one that is that kind of the model you're referring to?
Yeah, years ago we partnered with our local college to do it, and you did get a college credit, but either model it works. It's basically the same thing. I think the one that I did through the college was like a 3-day course. And of course it did focus a little bit. I mean, it went through all the planning goals, but it did focus on coastal goals mostly.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we were doing it, it'd certainly be heavy in that, but
right.
We'd make sure we could touch them all. Okay. All right. Well, that's good feedback. Thank you.
And I probably have those guides when we're back in my primary office. I can send those to you.
Oh,
you'll enjoy seeing some of the names.
Yeah, right? The good old days.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Jill. Wait, did your folks come back?
Yes, but could Kelly from Coos Bay go
sure.
first before?
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Please.
Sure. But she might not want to.
Kelly, are you there and are you able to provide updates, please?
Derek is here also.
Okay, Bandon's ready.
Okay.
Sorry, I was coming back from a meeting with our city manager and I was like, what is new here? I'm not really, I can't remember. I think the only real thing for us to update anyone on is that we had an appeal of a local decision to LUBA. And I just thought it was a little bit interesting. It's a resort, a 110 room resort and 32 villa suites that is in a zone that would allow that conditionally. And the City Council and Planning Commission spent many hearings discussing its viability. It's a urban development inside of city limits. In many ways meets many of our goals of providing sidewalks and bike lanes and very thoughtful urban design and ecologically sensitive construction. And it was still appealed by the Oregon Coast Alliance to LUBA. We don't know what their appeal is based on right now, but I just think in general, it's an interesting discussion that we've been having about, they said it's not an appropriate place for that sort of use to occur, but to have land watch organizations questioning urban development inside of city limits, I think is just an interesting conversation to have. It certainly wouldn't, I think, be appropriate outside of city limits, but I think we should be encouraging more development like that in our urban areas and just making sure that we're still protecting the purpose of the Oregon Land Use Program. So that's been sucking up my time for the last couple of months, so I don't know that I have anything else to report on. So thank you.
I'm sorry, it's a frustrating topic to report on.
Okay, so I see that Josh Gibson's also left the meeting.
Okay.
So I think the next one available from South Coast will be Florence. Claire, are you able to provide an update, please?
Yeah, either myself or Sharon can. So I know the big project that our community development director's been working on is the Muscle Creek flood map. That's been a big project that Wendy's been working on with Salisa Watershed Council. Other than that, we're hoping to get a grant for an 86 unit low income apartment complex this summer. And we just had 2 that got their C of O. One's 25 units and one is 67.
Okay.
And Sharon, what else am I missing?
Well, we just finished our housing code updates. And the camping ordinance, if that would be of interest to
Camping ordinance?
Well, what it is we're calling it just as a camping ordinance, but we're it's going through the city council actually, but the community development director Wendy is one who has been working on the project, and she addressed the city council and the community on Monday, and that it will be or is on our website on the calendar page for the date of April 29th. And what it does, what we're doing is we're trying to allow camping. I don't know exactly a lot of it because I'm a planning technician, but they are trying to allow camping on the private parties can allow camping on their property, but they cannot charge any money. It's to help with the homeless situation. I mean, it's kind of, it's mirrored after a few other cities in Florence, so we're not the first ones to do it, but it's very interesting. And then Claire, I know you're working on the vacation rental part also, or
yeah, I did just hear that our short-term rental codes will be going to a work session in June. So I think we're one of the last communities on the coast that don't have short-term rental codes yet, but so that's a big one. And then we did actually have our Bridges transitional housing. It's a 17-bed facility up on the north end of town that's open, and it's been very beneficial.
That's great.
Yeah, I talked to one of the Sayusla Outreach Services, a gentleman, and he said it's been very helpful to get people housed and get them on their feet and get them jobs, and it's going well. So we're thrilled to have it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I think folks might be watching the outcome of your camping ordinance. Be curious. Okay. I forgot to ask, Bandon, is there anything that you'd like to see us hit on in the next couple meetings, or, you know, in advance of the next couple meetings that would be helpful that you think might be helpful for folks?
This is Dana. Sorry, I didn't even introduce myself before.
That's okay.
I would be interested, I don't know like where my brain is going with it, but something about wetlands that I feel like we're looking at some areas in town for future development, and I would love to know more about just what you can and can't do in wetlands. I know we have a local wetlands inventory, but just in general, I feel like that's a spot in my brain that I have limited knowledge in.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can always reach out to Jevra, but it also is probably a topic that isn't limited to Bandon. So maybe Jevra, would you consider something like that at a future meeting?
Absolutely. And that was part of what I was going to say in my roundtable when I get there. So I'll talk about it then.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, please contact me. I don't know who's talking. So
Dana Bandon.
Dana from the city of Bandon, and I think I stop you at almost every single one of these meetings. So so yeah, I'd appreciate just a good like primer on everything. And I just wanted to say thank you so much also for covering goal 1. That's another issue we've been having here. So I just really appreciated that presentation. And we'll look forward to hearing more about any changes.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Amanda, were you gonna comment on this part?
Yes, I'm also pretty familiar with Bandon's local wetland protections. So, Dan, if you want to just give me a call at any time, we can talk.
Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, and then okay, Hui, did we wrap up your neck of the woods?
Unless Coos Bay is able to speak, otherwise that's it.
No one from Waldport or Yachats?
No.
Okay.
Really, no.
Okay. All right. Well, now we're shifting up to Central Coast and Central and North, well, in our world, the North Coast. So let's see, pull this up. So is Megan still on?
I'm still here.
You want to do any updates, Megan?
Sure. Just business as usual, primarily. We did restore a position in our department. We've been without a planning technician or a permit specialist for the last 2.5 years. So our 2 planners have had to do that and normal permitting work. And so it's been nice to restore that capacity. Hopefully in the future, we'll be able to hire a new planner is all of our goals to increase our capacity. But otherwise, we have been still working through our estuary management plan. Our primary author of that plan has had some personal things come up in their lives, and that's halted our momentum on that plan, and that's okay because we're still working on the GIS side of it. We're getting some really great mapping products from our internal GIS folks, and I think it's going to be a huge benefit from the cartoon drawings that we're currently using. And so we're extremely excited about that, and we might be, fingers crossed, updating more than just the Aquina Bay. That's our preference, is to do all of the estuaries, but we're still waiting to see what that looks like. But otherwise, that's going well, and we have been kind of envisioning our Lincoln Land Legacy program, which is exciting for me. we have a pot of money set aside for conservation easements on private property in the unincorporated part of Lincoln County. And we've had some really great success stories partnering with Mackenzie River Trust and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, and Claire in her position as well, the Cape Bellwether property land acquisition, as well as the Collins Creek acquisition that was just announced this week, was something that we had brought forward to those entities, and they brought it forward for funding, and now they're preserved. So that's our county considers that a huge win for coastal resiliency. So what else? Oh, we're also unhappy with Acela. So if Coos County has any luck finding alternative programs for especially the planning module, we would love to learn what you find, because the planning module is the weakest module in our opinion, and it does not suit our needs at all. So
Megan, who are you with?
I'm with Lincoln County.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
I'll shoot my email in the chat for you too. And we are moving into a digital age, which is great. We're having all of our septic files scanned currently and digitized, and that will be a huge time saver for all of our staff, and using simply paper files for all of our septic records. Those will be hopefully available to the public online on our GIS platform, along with all building permit records at some point. The next phase is to scan all of our land use files. We have, unless they're from essentially 2021 and onward, all of our land use files are not digitized. So we have to move forward with that at some point. We do have a contractor that we're really happy with that's been helping us digitize our septic files. So if you're interested in, if you're looking for that for your program, we're happy to share who we're using. I don't know the name off the top of my head because it's the operations manager has been handling that, but so far so good. We did hire a firm for scanning. Yep, it was through ARPA funding. So if you're interested in that, let us know. And we can let you know who the contractor was for that.
Megan, did you do that through the state?
I wasn't personally involved with it, so I can't answer that question, but I can connect you with the person who would know that.
We did it 2 years ago. We used the ORM system, which is through Oregon Archiving, and they have contractors that they can recommend for you to use. Ours was great. And I think you're going to really love having all those records scanned. So much easier.
It truly is. And yeah, it'll be a really big time saver for everyone asking for research for septic files for the front staff. So that's a really exciting development here in Lincoln County. And then what else? Hopefully we'll get an office remodel one of these days too, but right now we're making do. So I think that's all I have to add unless folks have questions, but thanks for all participation today, and it's nice seeing everyone's faces.
All right. Thank you very much. Is Beth still on for Newport?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, everybody. So my sweet mate doesn't have to listen to me so much. Let's see here. Just a mixture of stuff, as you all know, being with small cities, that we cover everything. So where to start? We are doing a lot of housing development. A lot of things are going in, especially a large student housing complex in South Beach, which is where the Hatfield Marine Science Center is, and they did an expansion about, finished during COVID, which is in, as some of you know, flood, tsunami zone, lowland, and so it includes an exterior kind of just a long ramp to the roof which is about 3 stories. And so people, and at the top is a big, all kinds of supplies to keep people alive for at least for a few days. And so that's what they're depending on for that tsunami area. And then we also have another hill. So anyway, the student housing's going in finally. We have other housing development in Northtown Apartments, a lot of apartments. And I think you guys might be interested in this because I think every city's facing the same problem of hiring great people and then they can't find a decent place to live. So we are going to, in that apartment complex, we're going to be leasing out 2 apartments so that, you know, people can live there for the months that it will take to find the right place. Hopefully not years it would take. So that's kind of cool thing that we're doing. We have had a change in, we've had new people. New GIS specialist finally. So all this GIS stuff I've been taking notes on, it's going to go straight to him. And we have a new grants manager. We never had that before. So that's great. Her name is Kathy. We are, I don't know if you saw in the news, we're getting a new city manager and she arrives, her name is Nina Vetter, I want to say. And she arrives I think July 1, our new fiscal year, and our leaving one, our current one is leaving on the 8th. So that's going to be I think a lot of changes are going to happen. Let's see. I'm also interested in knowing about the alternative to Excella because we don't like it either.
You started something, Jill.
Yes, so let us know, please, Jill. Let's see. We're doing a pre-draft. I'm working on the pre-draft of our comp plan. I have writing skills. I wrote a book, so I was nabbed to do that. And it's educational. I mean, some of those pages are mimeographed. Oh boy. And so I've been taking notes on all the goals, especially the goal 1 information we got today, because I really want to incorporate that in. And one part is I wanted to mention is what I would like to have more information on is goal 5, inventory process for scenic, historic, and natural resources. We are where the rubber meets the road as the lower down planners. And I was just walking on the Bayfront today, and what happened about a year ago was our 1887 building had been so bad that it had to be demolished on the Bayfront. A big building that had been kind of a flop house, all kinds of things. And today, when I'm walking on the along there, what's just a vacant lot now, I saw bulldozers kind of working the land. I think they're going to put in a concrete pad for exterior patio. And it just got me thinking, like, I don't know what sort of cultural resources are under that building. It sure would have been nice to have an archaeologist be part of that. So that's just my thought, and I don't know anything about that except for that I have seen archaeologists on the Corvallis waterfront years ago. So I would like more information on how to protect our cultural resources, even our underground ones, but especially our historic architectural buildings, which we don't have a real strong way of protecting them. And preserve them. If we had something in place maybe 10 years ago, that 1887 building would not have had to be removed. So that's my comments.
Okay.
Just a little of this and that.
It looks like Amanda might have something for you.
Yeah, 2 thoughts there. One is this might be a good time to let people know or remind others that we are currently working on a new rule for cultural resources that would include archaeological sites and trying to dovetail the land use authorization steps with current laws for how archaeological sites should be treated, and maybe require some proactive measures. That triggered by, we don't know quite yet because we're just like working on this draft rule. But if you're interested in that, I will put the link to the rulemaking webpage in the chat. And then as far as historic resources go, I think the best thing there would be either get in touch with me, and I can put you in touch with some technical assistance folks at the State Historic Preservation Office. And we also have a rule for historic resources, but I won't go into that right now.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'd like to see the SHPO, us working more closely with SHPO, and just planners in general working more closely. You know, planning isn't just the future, it's the past. And I really want to have a real, I would love to see, what's it called? A model ordinance for that, for preserving underground and above ground. So that's, and yeah, I would love to hear more about that in a future meeting, Lisa, if you're asking. Okay, that's it for Newport. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Beth. I know I saw Kit in Depot Bay, or he was here.
I'm here.
Okay,
Here.
hi, Kit.
Hi. Yeah, so let's see. I think maybe the last time we met in person, I may have mentioned that we were struggling with recruitment for our planning commission. We were maintaining a quorum. We had a couple of meetings where we had to invoke the rule of necessity and have an otherwise conflicted commissioner sit at the dais and not participate, just so we'd have a quorum. So late last year, I think just after our last meeting in Florence, the council adopted an ordinance basically that reduced our planning commission from 7 members to 5. So we now have 5. We were able to recruit a couple of new members. We now have 5 permanent members, and we also, in that code change, adopted regulations to have alternate members. So 2 of our former planning commissioners who had chosen not to re-up are signed up as alternate members. So if we do need them to step in, if there's a conflict or the need to make a quorum for something, we can have a former commissioner who's got a lot of experience step in pretty quickly to help with that. So that's, so far, like I said, we're at full contingency right now, and hopefully we'll stay that way for the foreseeable.
Yes, we will get it because
Other stuff that's going on with us right now, we definitely have a spike in new housing that we're seeing. There are a couple of larger planned developments at the north end of town, Whale Watch and Depot Hills, that were originally entitled maybe long before I came to the city here 10, 12 years ago. But then because of the real estate situation at that point in time really never went anywhere. Well, they now have new ownership under the same ownership, and they are definitely ramping up to start building a lot more units. We just approved a phase 2 plan for one of those planned developments that will include 44 market rate homes. Most of those will be long-term rental units. And also just recently, last week, issued building permits for an 11-unit townhouse project. And we've got several other new detached single-family homes in that planned development, or in those 2 planned developments that are coming online within the next year. So we're definitely seeing activity there. Again, most of that is market rate. Although the rental units, the long-term rental units, they're going to be positioned, at least the developer is hoping, as more workforce housing that will be priced to attract folks who live in the county, work in but currently have to drive in from the valley or elsewhere in order to work on the coast. We do have an actual affordable project that's under review right now. The Housing Authority of Lincoln County got some funds from a variety of sources, purchased a property kind of at the south end of town, about a year and a half ago, I guess now, and then a couple of months ago submitted plans for that project, which is 12 units, townhomes, targeted primarily to households in need of housing assistance because of income, but also targeted to households that were affected by the Echo Mountain fires and the other fires back in 2020. So kind of both of those are the target groups for that complex. Let's see. I'm looking at my notes here. Oh, so I was interested to hear the comments earlier about the housing, the bills, SB 1537 particularly. I know that our council and planning commissioners are very concerned about particularly the mandatory adjustment provisions of SB 1537, and kind of anxious to see how that plays out and how many developers, individual homeowners, anybody begins to invoke their right to those adjustments after January 1st, and we'll just have to see what happens with that. I've had several projects recently that had wetland connections, and I think I'd spoken and met Jevra, I think maybe a year ago. We were in Tillamook last time and spoke to her. And so Jevra, thanks so much for your insight and your contacts at DSL, because I've referred quite a number of people, I think, in the last 6 to 8 months to DSL for issues with projects that had adjacent to wetlands, or at least identified within riparian corridors from our local wetlands inventory. And other than that, we had just couple of contentious variances, I guess, in the last year. One that was appealed to LUBA, but the appellant did not do a very thorough job, shall we say, of filing their appeal with LUBA, and the LUBA consequently dismissed the appeal on the basis that the petition that they filed was inadequate, incomplete. So that never went anywhere. Another variance that was denied for another project, although kind of in the same general area of town, was not appealed to LUBA. But then several months later, we were served with a federal lawsuit. So now we're being sued in federal court over a civil rights violation against the owners of the property on the basis of, on the basis of a number of things. But interestingly, they bypassed the entire LUBA process, which many of our elected officials are not entirely happy with. And we'll just have to see how that all plays out right now. I think that's about it. I think on the other one thing I remember, I think at the last session in Florence when we met, there was going to be a session that talked about land use compatibility statements, Lux.
Yes, thank you.
And I kind of look forward to seeing that presentation or finding out more information about that process. And so that would be something I'd still be interested in seeing at some point in the future when it's available.
I was gonna pull your leg and say it had already happened and you missed it, but you didn't. That fell down because of me, and now we have gathered the troops together. We're looking near the end of May, some early June, to see if we can't get that set up. We'll just set a date and send that out. And hopefully folks can join in. It'll be recorded, so there'll also be an opportunity to look at it, even if you can't attend the in-person virtual one. So, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yep.
Okay, well, I think we're good in Lincoln County then. We'll move up to Tillamook County. So we've got Melissa.
Can you hear
Is
me?
she still there? Yep.
I am. Good afternoon, everybody. Melissa Yank. I'm the senior planner for Tillamook County. I got a couple updates. We do have two planners, along with myself, that are currently in staff with our planning division. Allison Chase and Sheila Shoemaker. They're on today. They've been participating. They have been a great help to my sanity and to timelines for our customers for Tillamook County. And they've been doing a lot of work this last year, getting all the training they need to be really effective planners. And I'm just wanting to sing their praises because they have done a really, really great job this last year and the last couple of years for Sheila, who's been with us for some time. So for some other updates that we've got, we are doing some community plan updates upcoming to some of our communities in Tillamook County. One is Oceanside Community, who's requesting some updates, even though we updated their community plan as early as 2019, but they've got some more changes they'd like to see. But we're also looking at some of our South County communities, our Hebo, Beaver, Cloverdale areas. These are primarily getting pushed through because of Senate Bill 406, which is Tillamook County and our associated cities are trying to find ways to address on our middle housing needs. And so we're trying to find some effective ways and plans to bring to our residential zoned areas ways to effectively help that middle housing. We are also updating our rural residential code in Tillamook County, both to adopt the changes from Senate Bill 391, which was to allow for the accessory dwelling units in the RR2 zoned properties. And we're also updating our code to include those provisions from Senate Bill 1013, which is to allow for one RV unit in an RR2 zoned property as well. So we're taking those proposed revisions through. We actually had our planning commission hearing was last month. We had our Florida County Commissioners meeting today. They continued that, so I still don't know what the decision is on that one. We'll hopefully have a decision on that next week. But we are hoping that those provisions go through. They are kind of a way for us currently to address some of that housing needs in our rural residential areas in our county. Kind of to highlight on some stuff that people talked about, especially with the SELA. Our department has a joint planning building division currently for the county. And so we actually are going to, because we currently don't, maybe some of the other jurisdictions do, we do not have electronic plans review period for building division. And that is a update that we are moving forward with. And so unfortunately for me, we are probably going to get stuck with Acela continuing to use the planning module because I will be honest, I voiced the same concerns that other jurisdictions do. That planning module is not effective. It's not great. We have made it work for our purposes. We have asked a lot of Acela. They want us to use them. We are pretty much on the line with them every week asking for updates to that module. And so we've made it work for our purposes. I have a feeling we will not be moving away from that program now because of the digital plans review that we are incorporating into the Acela program. And they are building that out to suit our planning needs as well. So I think unfortunately we are stuck there, but I would love to hear, like Lincoln and Coos, if you find a better alternative, I would love to know what that is. Because I've been here since the onset of using Acela in this department and I have never liked it. I also want to thank Meg Reed. She came out and did a coastal goals workshop for our county back in like this winter, November. I don't remember when it was. Winter. And I just want to say that was a great workshop for us. Our cities and counties were present. I asked way too many questions, so I apologize to Meg. But it was a great training. I think it was really helpful. Again, my planners have found coordinating that recognition of what the comp plan and the goals are and how that actually comes down to implementing your local ordinances. That was really helpful to help them understand how that evolved and what that looks like. So if you guys haven't had Meg out, I don't know if she went and did workshops everywhere else, but I would definitely recommend that. It was great. There was a conversation brought up about SHPO and kind of its, incorporation with our communities. I just kind of want to second that. I worked federally before I started working in a local jurisdiction, and I had like a one-on-one relationship with people in the SHPO office. And since my time locally, I don't think SHPO has ever responded to a single land use application I've ever sent them, ever, even if I reach out to them. So if there's a way to get a better communication or coordination with their office, if anybody's got any tips and tricks, I would love to hear them. And then as for a want, just because, you might want to know, for me, I feel what's really lacking right now, especially for our community, is the tribal consultation process. Again, came from the federal sector. We had a very prescribed and attended and well-designed process for ensuring that we really included tribes within our considerations, both within our comp plan, but just from land use notification processes. And I would really love to see a more involved way in which we can help our local jurisdictions and my county jurisdiction specifically to bring that back in and find a way to really include them in our conversations, include them in the processes, and then bring them a seat at the table early on, especially with our pre-application meeting processes and those pre-development meetings. I think it would be a great space for them to begin participation. So
That's great to hear, Melissa.
that's all I've got.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's move. I see Dave.
Hello. All right. So Bay City, we have Planning Commission just approved a 29 unit workforce housing development on the north side of town. And it's going to be, I think, pretty impressive. It's going to be the largest development we've ever had, even larger than our subdivision. So it's kind of exciting. Some outreach programs that we're working on. We just had a State of the City event to share what's going on in the city with everyone, all the residents, with our boosters, fire department, all the city departments. We are still continuing to work on improving the permit process, getting that online. I know I work with a lot of people at the counter and just informing everyone of all the requirements we have with developments on each of the properties. And we're also working on outreach and really having just an annual meeting with the Board of Realtors, Tillamook Board of Realtors, just to keep them apprised to all the new things that are going on in town and all the requirements that we have, since we have a lot of roads that haven't been improved, a lot of water and sewer lines that don't go to properties. So with those, any developer has to implement those in the process of development. We are exploring a UGB expansion, and that's for some property on Alderbrook on the south side of town. Lisa, you may remember it for a solid waste violation way back when you were with the county. But I won't go into any names. And I'd love to work with Brett and Sean on just trying to sit down with the applicant, with us on staff, just trying to see if we have all our ducks in a row to see if we can get that urban growth boundary expansion. We are working with Brett. Thanks, Brett, for helping us. He's going to help us with our Planning Commission training, since we have some Planning Commission members who are forgetting their exact roles and exactly their step by step that they need to go through. So we're going to be taking them through the due process. And lastly, our city codes have now been codified, which is kind of exciting. So all our ordinances are now online in our codified codes. If you go to our website, you can see them at our codified codes and our ordinances. So it's kind of exciting. It's a really easy way to find the requirements, and I think we've really arranged them quite well to meet everyone's questions. So
That's great, Dave.
yeah,
That's exciting. Thank you. Is that it?
that's it.
Okay. I think that's it for Tillamook County City. So we'll move up to Clatsop County, and we'll start with Gail.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gail Henriksen. I'm the Community Development Director for Clatsop County. And so we have been working on a lot of big projects. Our permitting is down a little bit, about 4 to 5% on the planning side and about 8% in terms of building codes. So we're starting to see a bit of a slowdown. But conversely, that's freed up a lot of time to work on some big projects. We have started our Clear and Objective Standards Code audit. We started that in December of last year, and we anticipate being done, I think, fully adopted, hopefully in about April of 2025. So trying to meet that deadline. We are also voluntarily undertaking some amendments to our code to facilitate housing production. So changing some of our processes, maybe expanding some of the uses that can be allowed in some of our rural communities. And we are hoping to go out soon with a 45-day public comment period hopefully starting in the next month. We are also about 2/3 of the way through an economic opportunities analysis, and that's kind of taken on a different shape than what you would normally see in the cities, and it's becoming more of a document to help guide the county through some of the fiscal impacts that we're going to possibly see from the implementation of the Habitat Conservation Plan. So that document is still in flux, but we're about 2/3 of the way through it. We also just kicked off an update of our goals 16, 17, and 18, which really haven't been updated. Some of them for 40+ years, some of them for well over 20 years. And so we're very excited about that and hoping that Dogami will have its mapping done for our beach and dune update as well. We've also been working very closely with Lisa and Brett and Meg and Jeff Burright from DLCD, who have been helping us schedule weekly meetings with the Army Corps of Engineers, or almost weekly meetings. We have come across some issues with the Army Corps related to their proposed 20-year dredge material management plan and issues with dredge disposal sites. And we're having discussions about possible goal exceptions and things like that. So it's been an incredibly deep dive and quite a learning experience. So if you want to learn more about goal 16, goal 16, get involved with the Army Corps. They will help you a lot. And then finally, we are kind of in a rebuilding process with our staff as well here. We had 3 retirements by the end of last year. And then this year we had 3 rather unexpected resignations. And so as a department of 14, almost half of our staff has changed over in the past 6 to 8 months. So we're in a bit of a rebuilding and getting everybody settled back in, and still doing a little bit of hiring yet. So we're a little bit down on staff, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Let's see, Robert. Buchanan Beach.
Hello. So we've got a handful of things going on right now. We are in the process of doing a code revision, basically going through our whole zoning ordinance, tearing it down, starting from the ground up, more or less. Right now, because of the political direction this is going, everybody is kind of bringing their individual pet issues in. Wetlands, trees, dark skies, signage, whatever the issue of the day is. And so that is really kind of dragging out, prolonging this process. I can't give you a time frame on it. I've been with the city for 2.5 years, and it was starting when I started, and we're still nowhere near done. So we've got that going on. We are going to be having our wetland revision going in front of city council in the next week or so. We expect that to be adopted and probably become effective mid-June. And then on to the trees and everything else. We are going to be doing a number of municipal construction projects. Our lovely city hall, which you see behind me, that will be going away here in the near future and replaced with a building that isn't going to be an absolute death trap in the event of a minor earthquake. We're going to be getting a few other things out of this as well. Let's see. Just trying to remember everything we've got going on. We have seen a slowdown in applications similar to what Clatsop County has experienced. We suspect that has a lot to do with interest rates, probably a few other things like that. But we don't have nearly the volume of plan applications coming in that we had even a year ago. But that has been useful because we've been able to focus a lot more of our energy and attention on our code revisions and some of the other projects that we've been working on locally. And I don't want to join too much on the let's bash Acela bandwagon. I know it's been a mixed bag, but I will say one of the things that has been good coming out of this is we're getting into Bluebeam. We have been going into transitioning to doing electronic plan reviews with that software, and it has made a significant difference in the efficiency of our plan reviews and kind of reducing our turnaround time with that. I believe that we are going to be required statewide to do electronic, or at least be able to accept electronic plans effective January 1st. So that's something we've been trying to gear up for. And I would recommend just getting onto that program as quick as possible because there's quite a bit to unpack with it with Bluebeam. But that's all we got up here.
Awesome, thank you. That's exciting about the new city hall.
Was that about a new city hall?
I'm sorry, that's exciting. Yeah, right?
Oh, it'll be nice. And in fact,
Yeah.
half our department's off in a little modular job
Yeah.
site trailer tucked in a garage out here. I mean, this building is not purpose built, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that'll be a vast improvement. Do we have anyone from Warrenton
Hey,
still?
hey, Lisa, Gail
Yes.
raised her hand in response
Oh,
to.
I'm sorry, Gail. I'm sorry. How'd I miss you? All right.
No, that's okay. Lisa, I just wanted to ask Robert if you could talk a little bit about the work of the Regional Housing Task Force and the grant that we have.
Great.
Yeah, I can talk about part of that. I'm not overly familiar with the grant. We formed up a group called the Clatsop Regional Housing Task Force. This is something that started out in 2022. Basically it involves the coastal communities in Clatsop County, everything from Astoria, Warrenton, Seaside, and Cannon Beach, as well as the county itself, for everything along the shoreline here, the Pacific shoreline. And, we've been working to address primarily workforce housing issues. This has been an ongoing chronic issue up here, not just for the municipalities as far as being able to recruit and retain staff, but also for other employers in the area to be able to get people living in Clatsop County. We have been working with, I believe DLCD, we're getting a grant. We're going to be doing some work with some work to address infrastructure, identify kind of an infrastructure analysis, not quite a full-blown housing needs analysis, but something a little bit kind of a light version of that we can use in long-term planning efforts, and that would also apply somewhat to Astoria with their requirements, since they have gone over that 10,000 population threshold.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Brett, do we still have some folks from Warrenton with us?
I don't see Matthew, and then Garrett looks like had to go off, who represent Gerhard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the planner for Gerhard,
Okay.
and I don't see Matthew from Warrenton. So then looking Astoria folks. Yeah, looks like the two Astoria folks must have had to go off as well.
Okay. Yeah, we had a couple people letting us know, but some just
But we do have a couple of Columbia County jurisdictions. We have Vernonia and then Columbia County.
Yep. All right. How about we start out with Susie and then we'll move to Columbia County. Excuse me, Vernonia.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, but it's been full of information, and I just had to put in my 2 cents about Acela. We struggled when we first learned it, but afterwards it's been great for us. The inspectors, it's easy for the inspectors if they use the app out in the field. They've uploaded a new code enforcement module this year, and that has changed the path, the way our land use compliance specialists can do their job, and it's provides some really significant reports for us. Bluebeam, with plan review going online next year, mandatory. We have been accepting electronic plans. We have not been doing all electronic plan review because we have some older staff members that are our plans examiners, and they don't want to learn it before they retire. So hopefully this July 1st, we'll be having a new inspector that can train them all how to do that. I wanted to kick off first by introducing Jamie Viveros. She is our new planning manager for Columbia County. And I don't know if she wants to say hello and show her face.
Hello.
She has taken over for Hayden Richardson, who was our prior planning manager, who moved up north to be with his family. I wanted to say that we are also currently working on Senate Bill 1013 and trying to figure out a path forward for that, how it would look in our county. And that is allowing an RV on rural residential land in lieu of an ADU, because you can either have one or the other. and what that will look like. I did find online that Deschutes County, I believe, has a really good layout of how it should work. And so we're kind of looking at how other counties are doing it right now. We have had our kickoff meeting last week for the DLC grant for our gap analysis for our housing. That includes City of Vernonia. I got to remember them all. Clatskanie, Rainier, Columbia City. We did not include City of St. Helens or City of Scappoose because they have their own plans that they're currently working on. And so this gap analysis will help us see where we need to provide more assistance to those cities and within the county for things that we need. So we're looking forward to that. I think it'll be really good. We have applied jointly with City of St. Helens for a TMDL rare intern to help us with both jurisdictions with our water quality for, not just for water quality, but to update our stormwater and erosion control ordinances in both the city and the county to match our current TMDLs and keep areas available within it as more TMDLs come online. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I know there's a ton of stuff going on. I feel like I've been to every meeting every day, and I'll let Jamie chime in with her workload in the planning division.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to figure out my camera earlier. It's nice to meet everyone. Just a little background on myself. I actually moved here from Florida. I've been working in the planning field for about 5.5 years now. So started here in Columbia County back in February, and I'm excited to be here. Right now we are working on a lot of, we have a lot of forest dwelling permit applications that have been coming in through that last bit of time period that the template test is allowing for. We're also going to be meeting with Brett next week. We have an assistant planner, Jack, who started back in January. So he's going to give us like a land use planning 101 overview that people were talking about earlier. And that's what we've basically been working on for now.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Yep, it's exciting to have you on board. I'm sure Susie's excited.
Lisa, can I say one last thing
Yes,
before
ma'am.
I forget? I am very excited to have her because I feel like I haven't been sleeping much.
Yeah.
I've been working, myself, I want to say Kevin Leahy from Tillamook County and Elisa from Clatsop County. We did a coal pack housing presentation. I believe it was last week or week before last. And we are regularly having monthly housing meetings now since we don't have a housing coordinator in the county. I'm it.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. And we're super glad to have Columbia County here. That's for sure. So then we have
Erica.
Erica. Yep. Welcome, Erica. And you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yeah, so glad to be here. I am new to Vernonia. I'm their contract planner and I work for Lower Columbia Engineering out of St. Helens. So I am still kind of getting my sea legs out in Vernonia, figuring out what's going on. I've reached out to Brett and he's been really helpful in helping me kind of figure out what resources are available. There's definitely probably some major code and comp plan, maybe updates that are in our future. But yeah, still kind of figuring out all the contextual issues going on there. And I worked in Oregon actually with Scott Fregonese as a land use planner for several years, and then left to go do landscape design, had my own business for several years, and now have come back to planning. So I'm kind of playing a little bit of catch up on Oregon land use planning. But I've just been reaching out to lots of people that have been really helpful, and I'll probably be reaching out to more of you. Susie, I would love to chat with you a little bit about, yeah, what's going on with housing. So yeah, just really glad to be here. I've learned a ton today, and I'm really, yeah, thankful for all the resources that have been provided here.
Awesome. And welcome. It's good to have Vernonia here too. It's been a long time since Vernonia's been at one of these meetings, so we're very happy to have you.
Great, thank you.
Yep, I know. So if folks can just stay with us a few more minutes, we've got some of our state agency partners who've been waiting patiently to share some news. We've got Jevra and Kevin, and if I've forgotten anybody, you'll jump in as well. But Jevra, can we start with you?
I love that. Thank you, Lisa. It's really good to see everybody always. There are many new people out there. So please contact me when you have an opportunity to get some information about the best ways to coordinate with DSL and what DSL does and why you need to know what we do. And you can always, if you have questions about wetlands and waters and in a DSL context, you're welcome to contact me at any time. But I also would love to just spend some time with you going over things like the statewide wetlands inventory and the wetland land use notice process, which is the best way for DSL and you to be on the same page as far as your permitting that might impact wetlands or waters. And that also keeps the applicant on the same page with you and DSL. So let me know, and we can do that on Teams or on phone. Sometimes I actually get to go out and meet people in person. I've gone to a lot of offices and met with all of your planners at the same time, or people have organized all the planners in a little area to come and meet with me. So all things are possible. I am so sorry about, well, the reorganization of our website. If you can't find anything, that's another reason to get a hold of me. And also we've been working to try and get the actual LWI features incorporated into the SWI. It caused a lot of problems. We had to update the underpinning software and had to rebuild the whole thing. Thank you, Melissa, for letting us know that underpinning update that you are not seeing, but it messed with the print templates on the existing published SWI. So that is fixed now. So hopefully you guys can all print again. And we're working towards that. I just wanted to remind people, especially if you're new, that we do now have all the LWIs standardized and digitized and available. We did that under an EPA grant. We also had an EPA grant where we have digitized all the compensatory mitigation sites, and eventually that will be on the SWI. It should be ready soon. I don't have an ETA, but the next update of the SWI will officially occur December 1st of this year. So hopefully it will be there. We're also working on delineation and determination study areas under EPA grants. It's still about 2 years up, but it's coming. And also just FYI, as of June of 2025, we will be accepting or required delineation GIS. And so that GIS will be public when it gets there. So it's coming. Things are coming. Please contact me if you're new. I can't wait to talk to you. That's all. Thanks for the time.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Kevin.
Well, great. Just as a reminder, my name is Kevin Herkamp. I'm the Ocean Shores Program Coordinator with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. So we cover all of the 362 miles plus or minus of the coastline. So those of you who have any ocean fronting, portions of your community, please reach out to us if you have any questions about kind of the development out there. We have we're pretty much up to full strength right now. We've had a lot of changes in our program the last couple of years, and Tyler Blanchette's on the call here, as well as Eric Crum is also our permit specialist. So we have some new faces that some of you may have met. And then anyways, we've got a lot going on. We're working on a lot behind the scenes. So I'll have some updates for you probably in the fall that you'll be looking forward to on some working on our files and our permit information and some of our resource information and trying to improve the transparency of our program. But really what I wanted to kind of present out to everybody, this fall we are looking at doing rulemaking for the Ocean Shore rules. Basically be the first time in probably close to 40 years that most of the rules have even been looked at, and we're kind of starting from the ground up. And so I wanted to just throw out an opportunity. I'll put it in the chat. If you are either interested in getting the updates or serving on our Rules Advisory Committee, which we are looking for at least one member of one of the local planning departments to sit on our Rule Advisory Committee. You can go to the website I put in the chat, and there's a place to sign up for just getting kind of information or notices about it, and a place to sign up for the Resource Advisory Committee or Rule Advisory Committee, sorry. And just make sure you select the Ocean Shore in the checkbox so you get those out. And more to come. Not exactly sure when we're going to officially kick it off, but like I said, sometime in the fall.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd encourage people. I'd encourage you to get involved if you have some time. These are important, and it's good to have a local voice that's in the weeds working on these committees. So did I miss anybody? I'm going to do the going once, twice, thrice. Okay. Thank you all very much. And almost everybody stuck through with us for this extra 15 minutes, which I really appreciate. I know everybody knows that they've been heard, and they want to make sure others know that they're getting heard as well. So this was really great. We really appreciate it. We've got some things to think about and how to get some information to you. Some might be best suited for a meeting like this. Others might be their own workshop. And yet again, some might be just reaching out and providing to everybody here, and of course our list in general, just a really detailed response. So we're going to go through these and see what the best way to deal with all that is. I really appreciate everybody's time and attention today. As much as I like to see everybody, I also know that this has a lot of benefits, and one of those is that now you can just turn around and start working, if that's a benefit. And we will be looking towards October for our next meeting, our fall meeting. We don't know yet if it'll be in person or if we'll find ourselves in a similar situation. So just be on the lookout for that. Those on the South Coast, look out for our offshore wind federal consistency meetings. I was going to say hearings, meetings. And then if you have any questions about anything, always you can reach out to your fabulous regional reps or come directly to us, the person that you need to get the answer from. And then you've got your contacts here from other state agencies who always are here and supporting us and you. So take that with what it means. They're interested and want to hear from you. So use them and abuse them, and we're all happy to do that. So with that, folks, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for your extra 17 minutes. Thank you, staff. Excellent day. Wonderful presentations. A lot of good information. And we will see everybody soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Good job.
Thanks, everyone.